Good morning, everybody. It is Monday, March 6, 2023. This is a workshop meeting of the Commissioners of the City of Rehoboth Beach. We are in the City Hall Commissioners Room, second floor. I want to thank everybody for being here. I call this meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. With that, would you please rise and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll start off with roll call of the commissioners. Commissioner Tony Chapt.
Here.
Commissioner Jay Legree.
Here.
Commissioner Ed Chernowski.
Here.
Commissioner Patrick Gossett.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Bunky Markert.
Here.
Mayor Stan Mills is here, and we have a full complement of the mayor and commissioners, and we're able to formally conduct business because we have a quorum in the room. I'd also like to identify staff members that contribute to this meeting, and that is City Secretary Ann Womack, City Manager Lawrence Christian, City Attorney, City Solicitor Glenn Mandalis, Assistant City Manager Evan Miller, Building and Licensing Supervisor Matt Janis, and Public Works Director Kevin Williams, and Communications Specialist Lynn Cohen. Thank you all for being here. I'd also like to thank those that are in person today. As you know, as we get to each agenda topic, I typically will call you and give you the opportunity to give us some input or feedback. And with that, I want to move on to thank all those who are watchers, those who are watching virtually. Remind everybody that support documents, that is documents that support our agenda topics when they are available ahead of a meeting, are embedded into the agenda that you can get online. Just go to cityofrehoboth.com, seek out the portal and the date of the meeting, and you should be able to access all the support documents that we see up here. With that, I want to let you know that the agenda was amended. You'll see to remove discussion receiving recommendations by the Planning Commission on 236-30 and one section of 270, I believe. That was put in a little too early. The intent there is to allow building and licensing and city administration to review those recommendations so that they are able to participate in the next time that we bring it forward, because they certainly have fingers in what would happen depending on what we accept in terms of their recommendations. As far as correspondence goes, you can see that embedded in the agenda, there is a lengthy set of documents from Hoyt Decker, constituent lives on Laurel Street. Other correspondence has been received, and it's not embedded in the agenda because it was received a little too late. A lot of it over the weekend, as early as this morning. We have correspondence, by example, from Dr. Trejos and Julie Davis, Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association, Country Club Estates Property Owners Association, and others. And those bits of correspondence will be embedded into the agenda, but after this meeting, so you'll be able to go and see what everybody is saying. With that, we'll go to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Commissioners, wanted to provide a quick synopsis, a few excerpts from the 23-page report provided by the Finance Director. I'll start on page 1, just quickly. General fund revenue. Total general run revenue for the month of April to December 22 period was $17.75 million as compared to the prior year amount of $18.59 million, $840,000 below the prior year. Moving down to parking revenues, total revenue from parking, excluding fines and permit sales, was $6.66 million in the April-December timeframe. In the period of the same year, city collected $4.92 million. Moving down to hotel accommodation tax, in the April to December 22 period, the city has collected $1.429 million versus $1.433 million in the prior year, a decrease of $3,795. Moving down to property tax transfer. Property transfer tax was $1.92 million in the April-December 22 period, a decrease of $1.14 million from the prior year. And moving to page 2, I'll jump down to general fund expenses. Total general fund operating expenditures, including encumbrances, in the April to December 22 period were $11.14 million versus $10.12 million in the prior year, an increase of $1.3 million, or correction, $1.03 million, or 10%. Wages in the general fund increased by $598,000 from the April-December period of 21, a 13.7 increase. Part-time wages represented $232,000, or 38%, a total of $598,000 increase. The entire report is embedded as a support document and can be read in its entirety. I'll move on to quickly just a city manager report for a few highlights and updates for the community. Updates from the wastewater and water departments. Inspection and cleaning of sanitary lines on the south side of the town will continue for several more weeks. Last week, portions of the sanitary sewer system from Laurel to Rodney Street between King Charles and Bayard were treated for roots. The water department contractor RNC Contractors LLC is starting this week on a meter replacement program that you authorized at the last meeting. Up to 700 water meters on the north side of town will be replaced this month. Moving on to the streets department, as they continue to get ready for the summer season, beach nourishment contractor Weeks Marine will begin the equipment mobilization this week. The pumping operation is expected to begin on or about April 1st, and this will be a 24/7 operation. Please note that the area to be replenished has been extended south to Delaware Avenue. As I will continue to do in all updates, both in written and verbally, I try to link it back to the comprehensive development plan. This particular action supports comprehensive development plan, Chapter 7, Environmental Protection, Action Item A, continue to refurbish the boardwalk and work with federal and state agencies to replenish the beach on a regular basis. The streets department continues to replace boards and clean the boardwalk, paint bike racks, and power wash cans and lids along Rehoboth Avenue. Painting of the Rehoboth and Delaware Avenue restrooms has been completed, and work continues on Baltimore Avenue this week. The staff is really targeting to get these things open by March 31st. Wanted some good news. Grants received. The city has received a $5,000 grant from DENREC for the purchase of a water fountain bottle refill station. The staff is currently working to determine the best location for this. And again, this supports CDP Chapter 6, Transportation Infrastructure, Action Item N, continue to seek funding alternatives for infrastructure improvements and maintenance. Street lighting. We received several light fixtures on the 5G poles that Verizon installed last year. Again, those are the 5G poles that Verizon installed last year, have fallen due to failure of some of the parts. We directed that Verizon replace the fixtures as soon as possible, but in the meantime, we have removed all the remaining fixtures for safety reasons. Pedestrians and traffic calming improvements. The speed radar sign on Munson Street is up and running, and the painting of driveway boxes on Munson will also begin this week. Work on the State Road pedestrian improvements project continues, and the staff is exploring a change order to address the connecting sidewalk to 6th Street. This particular portion also supports CDP Chapter 6, Transportation Infrastructure, Transportation, Action Items H, I, and J. Ensure adequate maintenance of public sidewalks throughout the city, evaluate the filling in of missing sidewalks where discontinuous sidewalks are present, and continue progress toward ADA compliance for all city sidewalks. And finally, and for the 32nd year, the city of Rehoboth Beach has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the Arbor Day Foundation. Mayor and Commissioners, this concludes my report.
City Manager, would you elaborate just a tiny bit on that $500,000 grant we got from Sussex County? It's on page 4, about the 4th line down from the top of the budget report.
So my apologies. This is focused on the wastewater revenues and expenditures. I'll read the entire paragraph so we kind of give some context as well. In the April-December 2022 period, total wastewater fund revenues increased by $883,000 from the prior year. Much of the increase was due to a $500,000 grant provided by Sussex County government, Metered sewer as of 31/22 properties were located in the city, declined by 94,000.
Where'd that come from? I know where it came from.
I'm unfamiliar with that one. Evan, do you have any
Okay, Evan.
additional, because I'm not familiar with it.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, members of the public. So there was actually, Sussex County provided municipalities with a real estate transfer tax grant. That was because of the excess revenue that they had from real estate transfer tax. So we were able to work directly with the county to get that $500,000 grant, which went into our wastewater budget, mainly at the time to fund the State Road Pump Station project, so that those funds are available for that project.
Thanks.
Any further questions for the city manager?
Yes, just one for future report, if you could. Could you give us an update, if you have any information from the county about the reassessment, county reassessment, and also how that would impact the city of Rehoboth Beach itself?
You're talking county real estate taxes?
Correct.
Okay, reassessment.
Property reassessment.
Property reassessment taxes.
Well, I can give you a brief update. I talked with Todd Lawson last week. They're running behind. They're maybe approaching the halfway point on it, so they've still got a long way to go. And they're going to probably miss their court mandated date, but they'll seek permission to continue. They were hoping to get the coastal communities by April 1st, but that was their close date, so that they would not be working in the coastal communities in the summertime. They are very likely going to miss that timeline, and so that would put that off until after summertime. And repeat before what they've told us before, and that is that they would be reaching out to the police departments and the city managements to give notification of when they would be coming, so that the municipality can then further contact the constituents. So that's just generic right now. Nothing set in stone. Anything else?
I just had
Commissioner?
a quick clarification, City Manager, on the street lighting on the 5G poles. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
From the five, there are five things that were removed. There was a faulty piece of equipment or machinery. There was a flange that it appeared to be a little too narrow. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. It was a little too narrow, and it did not hold properly. So we had to initially barricade off the areas with some cones and tape. Didn't feel that was safe enough, so we had them remove them all until that flange can be replaced and reinstalled properly.
And is there a timeline?
Not that we know of right now.
Okay.
They are working on that one.
Thank you.
Sam, you want to identify yourself, please?
Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. Is that being done at our expense or the phone companies? Yeah.
The Verizon, I directed that they be removed for safety purposes, but Verizon will be replacing those at their expense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. With that, we'll go to City Solicitor's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give a quick update on the 330 Rehoboth Avenue change of zoning challenge. I reached out to Dan Griffith. Remember, Dan Griffith is the city's insurance company's defense counsel, so he's defending the case. If you recall, this is the case that was originally filed in the Court of Chancery. Court of Chancery dismissed some claims based upon a motion to dismiss that the city filed, but allowed for the remaining claims to be transferred to Superior Court. What's happened over the past few weeks is when that case was transferred to Superior Court, the petitioners added some additional claims that weren't in the original complaint. So we took the position that Superior Court, or the Court of Chancery, did not allow for additional complaints or counts to be added. It was just a matter of transferring the existing counts. So we have filed a motion to dismiss those existing claims. One of the reasons we filed that motion to dismiss is that if the claims are allowed to be added, then that opens up a whole area of discovery, which means interrogatories, requests for documents, potentially depositions. We don't want to do any of that additional work and extend this case. So we filed a motion to dismiss. That's all brief. A motion to dismiss just on the added claims. That's all been briefed, and we're waiting for the judge now to say whether they want oral argument on it or whether they'll rule just on those briefs. But that's what's taken a little bit longer in the 330 Rehoboth Avenue case. And that's all I have, Mayor, unless there's questions for me.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. With that, we'll go to the first item of old business, which is city response to notice of library seeking to expand out of town, retain a satellite library in town, sell or lease and/or partially occupy the existing building for use as a smaller library. I want to take a moment to look at the background of this. If you recall, each year we are solicited by 4 organizations, the Main Street, the fire department, the library, and who am I missing? The museum, for contributions. And all of them have solicited funding from us. And at a previous meeting, we also learned concurrently that the library was intending to expand in a certain thing, but not all the details were available at that time. So as you know, that news was perhaps not clear enough, but gathered a lot of angst from our constituents as well as the commissioners up here. And so after that meeting, I met with the library board because they were unaware of this agreement that we found. I met independently, and then city manager met with them also to make sure they understood the details of that license, or not license agreement, but the agreement. And so for today's topic, I have divided the discussion into 2 parts. At the workshop, my intent was to discuss primarily and just focusing on the agreement so that we all had a clear understanding of what the agreement was. And then I invited the library representatives here so that they can further clarify beyond what they knew at the previous meeting. Because again, at the previous meeting, they had no awareness of the agreement. And then my intent for the budget meeting in the afternoon was to give us all the opportunity to again discuss the solicitation of funds, contributions from those 4 groups, including the library group. So again, my intent for this afternoon at the budget meeting is to focus on the monies. Are we giving money? Are we holding back? Are we giving more? Are we giving less? Whatever. So that's the intent there. Do want to indicate again that we've gotten a lot of correspondence on this after the agenda was published, so it's not embedded in the agenda. I don't know, there's maybe a dozen pieces. I think I could safely characterize all of them as being a little disgruntled or a lot disgruntled about hearing that the library was moving out of town, unquote. Also, some of the communicators were indicating that the city should take a stronger hand in this and either withhold funding until it's clear what's going to happen. A few of them even went as far as saying the city should take this topic by the reins and not allow it to happen. And we need to be discussing that because we don't have that power to hold them back. But anyhow, let's go to Glenn to explain the agreement, which is included as a support document in the agenda, so that we have a clear understanding of that agreement, and then we can offer opportunity for questions up here, and then we can get the library representatives up.
Thank you, Mayor. Just before we get to the agreement, just to your point about whether the city has the authority or the ability to force the library to stay in town or move out. Just to be clear, because I think some people view the library as an extension of city government. It's not in this instance. The Dover City Library, for example, is a City of Dover library, and it's part of their system and their governmental system. Here, the library in the city is part of the state system, and it's not an extension of city government. We are, there's a relationship because of these agreements that happened in the 90s, but they're technically not an extension of city government, and we don't have that. You all, as commissioners, don't have the authority to force them to stay in or move out. So these agreements date back to the 90s, and some of the research city staff did, they should be commended for finding these, and certainly some credit to former Mayor Cooper and his administration for being responsible for the agreements that were put in place. There's a 1992 agreement and a 1993 deed. So the original library building, and perhaps the mayor will show these locations. The original library building was on Lot 76 on Rehoboth Avenue, and at the time, that was the city's lot. The city conveyed the lot, though, to the library when the library wanted to expand onto 2 additional lots, lots 74 and 72. So the present-day library sits on 3 lots on Rehoboth Avenue. The most relevant portion of the deed from the city to the library makes clear that the property will revert to the city if it ceases to be used and operated by the local library board. And it's pretty clear, it's got to be the local library board. It can't be a separate board or a separate entity outside of that local library board. The deed also refers to a 1992 agreement that was simultaneously recorded with the Recorder of Deeds. The agreement and this agreement provides some options for the city, and there's 3 options. So the first option is that in the event of an anticipated sale of the lot, the city may take the lot and its improvements back. So we call that the reversion option. So in the instance where there's the library intends to sell, the city can just say, stop, we'd like our lot back. Of course, that creates some difficulties because there's an expansion onto 2 other lots, and there's improvements sitting on that lot 76. The next option is that the city can elect to exercise a right of first refusal. So the way that would work is that the city may allow the library to proceed to market the property. If the library gets a buyer, the city may elect to purchase all 3 lots for the buyer's price minus the fair market value of lot 76 and its improvements, because remember that lot was conveyed to the library for no cost. So that one is the right of first refusal option. And then finally, the city has the option of letting the library sell the property, but upon the sale, the library will pay the city the fair market value of lot 76 and the improvements on it. So under every scenario, the city is made whole for conveying that 3rd lot. So the 3 options, again, is the reversion option, the right of first refusal option, and then just getting paid the fair market value of the lot. Are there any questions as to how the agreement and the deed work, at least as my understanding of them?
Anybody?
I don't have any questions about, you just articulated that well, and I'm glad to hear that those provisions were in the deed. Is there any the library board is probably very different than it was 22 years ago, whenever all of this happened. Is there any indication that the board is aware of these provisions in the deed? Because there was no mention of it.
As of the last meeting, I don't believe there was any awareness by the library board. And that's why we shared with them the agreement so that they would have. So that's where I think the recent article in the Cape Gazette further clarifies, but that's why we have them here live so that we can ask them any questions and see what their reaction is to now learning about that agreement. Any further questions by the commissioners of Glenn? Any questions about the agreement itself?
I'm going to have questions, but I'd like to hear what information they can bring to the discussion.
Of course. If there's no objection, I'd like to get the library representatives up here. Again, what we're focusing on is what your plans are relative to the agreement. And if you would introduce yourselves and your affiliation with the library.
I'm Kay Wheatley, Vice President of the Rehoboth Beach Library Board of Commissioners, Trustees.
And I'm Tucker Kochon. I've been a trustee on the board for approximately 12 years. I'm currently the treasurer.
Go ahead.
Okay. To just try to clarify, we have always intended to keep a site downtown, okay? We have never intended to remove a library from downtown Rehoboth. We weren't sure exactly where to put it. In regards to the agreement, we had looked at renovating the first thing we looked at was renovating the building, adding approximately 3,100 square feet, reducing the square footage and sell or lease the remaining part, selling the building and leasing back for library services, and to look for an alternative location downtown. We did 2 studies, one by Becker Morgan Group and one by Horizon Philanthropic, to determine the needs. And part of what we discovered were that the major complaint was there was too much traffic to get downtown, and there were not enough parking spaces for programming downtown in addition to just use. That's when we confirmed that we would have 2 locations. But again, we always plan to have a location downtown. We started to search for the other property. We weren't able to say anything because we didn't even know if we'd be able to find another property out of town that we could make work. And last week, we signed an LOI on the property on Warrington Road. As the mayor has shared, last week we became aware of the agreement for the first time. Tucker said he's been on the board for 12 years. I think I've been on for 3 years, 4 years, something like that. And it was the first time we became aware of the agreement. That actually was a blessing for us, because one of the discussions had been what part of the building to use to keep downtown. That answered that question. Right now, our intent, we've talked to an architect to make sure it could be subdivided. Our intent is to use Lot A for 3,000 to 5,000 square feet of library space. We are still conducting information from the residents and the visitors, especially this summer. We have a new director starting next week, and one of her first missions is to gather more information about what type of services are needed downtown. From there, we will find out if we need to expand library services into Lot B and how to subdivide the building. But we fully intend to keep at least Lot A and the building that's on it for library services.
I just want to make one clarification. I guess it's 76 is the lot, is that the one?
That's right.
Okay. Kay said,
Let's orient ourselves there. Lot 76 is the city lot.
Correct.
So we're looking at, on the left side here would be Rehoboth Avenue, is that correct?
right, okay.
So that this would be Summer House, is that correct? So Summer House, Lot A, or that the city owned, and then these are the 2 other lots.
If you look at the building, the buildings on 74 and 72 are 2-story buildings. The building on lot 76, which was the original library location, is a 1-story building. Conceptually, we do not want to have 2-story buildings. Requires elevators, and it's more difficult to move stuff around. So our preference was 1-floor buildings. Lot 76 seems to be approximately the size that we need, so we just naturally gravitated to Lot 76. Not because of any deed, because we didn't even know about the deed at that time, but because it's best suited for the library. We don't know whether we need more space or not, and as Kay said, we're going to spend time over the next year and a half to figure that out. But we know for sure the core will be Lot 76. It makes all the sense.
Thank you. I've got some questions that deal with the finances, but like I said, I would prefer to wait on that. Are there?
Mayor, excuse me for interrupting. One point that I would make on the finances, currently this past year, we got $75,000 for the city. We've asked for the same amount for next year. Any financing we get going forward, including after we have a site out of town, city financing will only be applied to the city facility.
And I'm going to have you repeat that at our afternoon meeting.
Yeah, no problem.
Because I'm trying to stay away from it right now.
Yeah.
Commissioner Legree, you had something, and then Commissioner Sharp?
Yeah. Did I understand you at the last meeting saying you had been conferring all along with the city? Maybe I misunderstood that.
What we traditionally have done in the past when we began to talk about needing an expansion, but at the same time we asked for funding from the city, we tell the city what our current ideas were about that expansion. The very first time, as Kay mentioned, we were talking about building out completely on the 3 lots downtown. We found out that no matter what we do, No matter what we do, we cannot solve the traffic and parking problems. And as a result, 3/4 of the people in our service area won't come into town to the library. So we're have abandoned the rest of the service area. So we're saying we can't just have a library downtown. We need to have an additional facility out of town.
Do you have any data to back that up, saying that the rest of the county won't come in, or the rest of your service area won't come into Rehoboth? I find that
It's part of the two
difficult.
surveys that we have, which those were the two major concerns of people within our library service district, was that they didn't want to come in with traffic and they couldn't always find a place to park. I don't really understand the rationale, but people like to be able to park right in front of where they're going. I think any business or, I'm guilty of that sometimes, okay? So I think that's part of it. The growth of the area has taken place out of town. So our library service area, according to the 2020 census, represents about 16,000 people. About 3,000 of them we have defined as the ones who would use the downtown location.
When the library,
Excuse me, can I make a couple other comments? One thing that we know is Lewis Library completed an expansion in 2006, right? 2006.
Around there.
Around there. What they have told us is they've seen a great increase in people coming to the library. Half of it has to be from the Rehoboth area. So people are gravitating up Route 1 to Lewis Library instead of down to Rehoboth Library. I can tell you only from my personal point of view. I live in Rehoboth Beach Yacht and Country Club. So I get out onto Route 1 right around the Exxon Shell place, the Jungle Gym, that area. In the summertime, if I were not on the board and I didn't have the ability to get inside the library before hours, and if we had a site north of town or even Lewis, I would go that direction rather than going into town. My personal view.
when did the service area, when was that developed? I never knew that the service area for this.
Back in, I think it was 74, the Delaware Division of Libraries defines library service areas as a 6-mile radius of the main campus. Okay? Every 10 years, that service area is somewhat adjusted because of population. So that's, they've always used a 6-mile, or since 1970, I think it was 4, they've always used a 6-mile radius from the campus for the library.
And you see the service area?
Yes, I got a copy of that. Is this service area determined by the state after looking at the census, or is it determined by Sussex County? Are you,
No, it's done by the state,
okay,
Delaware Division of Libraries.
okay. And does the state have anything to say in your moving to your new location? Are they helping you on this? And I guess we'll talk about funding this afternoon. But
They are in support
okay,
because it better serves
Yeah.
the whole library district.
yeah,
We have petitioned for and made a stand for keeping a location downtown.
yes,
That's the only, Rehoboth Library will be the only library in the state as of now that has 2 locations. And they are basically willing to support both libraries.
okay. When you move out out by the BB campus, will you be still called the Rehoboth Beach City Library? How will that happen?
I'll be honest with you, we haven't gotten that far. It's still in the 19971 zip code. We'll need to find some way to differentiate
Have
the
you
2
had a
locations.
chance to talk to Lewis about your expansions?
Yes, and
Are
they
they
totally
with you on
support it.
that?
They're totally supportive.
They want us to do it because they need some relief from the traffic they're getting.
Yeah. How much of your funding, and I'm sorry, Mayor, please excuse me. How much of your funding comes from Sussex County as opposed to the state?
Are you talking about operations or capital?
Both.
No funding for capital comes from the county. 50% of construction costs can come from the state through the bond bill. And we did receive $3 million in ARPA funds last year.
Yes.
Okay, that's part of what's dictating the timeframe. Operations, a majority of the funding that we get comes from the county.
I can give the exact numbers.
I have the pie chart that you provided with us 2 years ago.
Yeah, well, every year it changes, but currently, the state provides 13.5%, the county 50%, and the city 14%, Friends 9.5% of our funding, operating costs.
I have a lot more questions, but I don't want to keep hogging the discussion. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sharp, did you have?
I had a clarification to start. I think you said you did outreach to residents. When was that done, and can you elaborate on how it was done and what they were asked?
The state gave us $50,000 for a needs assessment. We hired Becker Morgan Group to do the needs assessment. There was outreach. We would be happy to share the results with you and how that was done. But then as we continued to move forward and explore the 2 locations, we hired Horizon Philanthropic and asked them to do another survey, and we can share those results with you too. They were both surveys were about the same. It represented a total, I think, of around 2,500 respondents.
And when were they done?
2019, 20?
First one would have been done in early 2019, I think. The report was written in late 2019. The second one was probably done
21, 22?
Yeah.
Commissioner, could you expand on your topic there and ask, were those, with that survey, were people in the incorporated limits of Rehoboth targeted?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's where I was going next, is to exactly what was the scope of where individuals
The scope was the
were.
library, our library district,
So what-
which includes downtown and out of town.
So do you actually have information that would say
Yes,
what?
part of,
I'm
I've honestly,
sorry, just a second. Let me finish what I'm asking you. Do you have information that says what % of respondents are from inside the city of Rehoboth Beach versus outside the city of Rehoboth Beach? That's what I'm trying to get at.
we do, don't we?
Yeah,
I think we do.
I think we do have that, yes.
If you could check that, that might be of interest. Mayor, does that kind of get to where you were going?
I might make one other point, and that is that both of those surveys, we were not really satisfied that they were broad enough and that the questions were stated such that we could get the information that we needed. That's the reason we've said that before we determine finally what downtown would look like, we want to make another survey using our own staff of people who actually come into the library and ask them what they want, what they need.
I have 2 other issues. On this issue of use of the current facility, has there been, and maybe I've missed it, has there been a drop-off in usage over the years? Because traffic has not been getting any better in Rehoboth. So I'm trying to connect the dots of whether or not there's been a drop-off of people coming into the library or using the library, because that would make sense to me.
Part of it, we would have to look and see what the actual numbers are. Part of what I've seen, I work with a lot of different libraries, and part of what I've seen is even if it's maintained, Rehoboth Library has not experienced the growth that a lot of other libraries have with usage.
So what is your percentage of growth?
I have to get those numbers. I don't want to quote numbers I don't have in front of me.
I think that would be an important piece of information
Okay.
for me.
The gap that information still has is if we have a library that is more accessible to the people in the rest of our service area, what would that growth be? Because right now, what should be our growth has gone to Lewis.
Well, and I think the fundamental piece of information is what is your growth? If you don't know it at the moment, it seems like it's reasonable to ask. You know, if you want to talk about potential growth versus current growth, you have to know what the growth percentage is now, or if it does not exist. And the last question I have is, can you give us some information on what kind of reaction, since there has been some press coverage in the Cape Gazette, that you've gotten, especially from folks who are part of the Friends of the Library and folks who have made personal contributions in the past? Can you just elaborate on their sense of receiving this kind of information?
It hasn't been pleasant. I think that people read the headline and not the article, which stated that we did not intend to leave downtown. We intended to have 2 campuses. There's been, I've watched Next Door Digest some. I've watched the paper for letters to the editor. I'm not on Facebook, but evidently there's been some comments on Facebook. And it's been a mixture. I would say it is a heavier mixture of people thinking we're leaving town when we're not and never intended to. What we're doing isn't any different than what the fire company did. They have a location out of town and they have a location in town. We're doing the same thing. We have a meeting, I think you're meeting with the Friends tomorrow morning to try to clarify and make sure that they have all the right information. We are also planning a meeting to start a bigger PR campaign. We have that meeting on Wednesday to just try to clarify and get more information out there.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm going to recommend that well, just to give a little bit of a background. The most famous city planner in the United States, a fellow named Ed McMahon, says that successful cities do not throw off their assets. And I'm glad to hear that you're with us on that. My objective right now is to make sure that Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, continues to have a viable, valuable, legitimate library. And I'm going to recommend to the mayor that we form a task force going forward to work together to make that happen. And right now, as I think, I don't know how you're going to cut that building in 2, but I suspect it's very, very possible. And I think you said, sir, the last time that building had a lot of problems, which also gave you incentive to look for other options. Could you remind me one more time what those drawbacks are?
We know that the building that sits on Lot 6 has it's a flat roof. It has I don't know what the rubber covering or whatever, that has a useful life of 25 years. Well, it's just about 25 years. So we were expecting to have to replace that roof. Mm-hmm. Our HVAC system that covers the 2 other lots, we've had continual problems and had to replace major components with it. We know that it's just limping along. In fact, our building costs right now are higher than normal just because we're doing a lot of maintenance on stuff that's breaking down. One of the things we wanted to do was have complete LED lighting throughout the facility to cut down on our electrical usage. We have a fire suppression system that is constantly giving us difficulty. So it's all the systems in the library are old and they need to be updated, and that's what we plan to do. If we stay there, we would have to do that.
Mm-hmm. One last thing, and this has nothing to do with anything. I noticed that your hours start at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the city has parking meters start at 10 o'clock in the morning. If I was wanting to make it better for my customers, I'd shift my opening time to 8 or earlier so my patrons could come in and avail themselves to free parking.
that
We've
every
been,
summer.
we've been doing that. When
Have
the
you?
parking meters start, we open earlier.
Okay, I only read your website, or I read
Yeah.
your write-up, and that's what it said. So
And Commissioner
I'm
LeGree,
glad you did that.
I just also want to guarantee you, I was born and raised here. I've lived within a mile of the city limits my whole life.
Yes?
I'm not going to say how long that was, but it's long enough, trust me. And all of us understand the importance of a library downtown. Rehoboth is very near and dear to our hearts, and we understand the importance that a library can play to the downtown area and its vitalization. We have no intent, we never have, to not have a location downtown. And I can guarantee you, that's our plan right now.
I'm glad to hear that, and I think we should have a say in it, in the size, shape, and determination
We,
of that
we would welcome a
location.
task force. We've been meeting with different city people, updating them. It's not been a formal report, but
Yes.
that way we can make sure everybody's in the loop.
Yes, thank you. Oh, could I ask a personal question, Ms. Wheatley? Did you know Dorothy Swift, who owned the middle lot?
I did not.
Thank you.
It was Kraft.
That's the son. Was it, did they buy that? I think you.
Both, the other
thank
two,
you.
Ask that question again when Sam gets up to speak.
You bet.
If you would.
How'd that go?
I'd
Sam?
like to clarify a couple things, just while I've got this map up here. Obviously, it's identified through the county map system, I think, is lots 78, 76, 74, 72. We indicated that 76 was the land that the city offered. We keep hearing reference to lots A, B, and C. How do they equate to these three lot numbers? Do you know?
A is
76.
70.
76.
Yeah,
B is
76. A is
74,
76.
and C is 72.
All righty. A couple of my comments, there's new information to be gained since the last time we met, and that is the following. The existence of an agreement was made aware to all of us, including the library board. The clarification has come out since then that the library has stated that they're going to maintain a satellite and presence in town.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but we cringe when we hear the word satellite.
Satellite. They're going to keep.
Rehoboth City Library.
They're going to keep a Rehoboth Beach Public Library in the city. Therefore, they are not going to be using or considering use of the Cape and Open Senior Center. That's off the table unless you follow the conditions of the agreement. The agreement itself articulates that, for me, that if they had an expectation of selling the entirety of that lot and reaping all the funds from it, that's not going to happen again because of the conditions of the agreement. That means they have to give a discount to the city if we choose to buy it. And then 5, one of the new changes is that they've announced the actual location of the outside facility. So are there any further questions from the commissioners up here? Again, we'll get to funding this afternoon.
Make one comment on
Tucker,
what you
go ahead.
said. You said that the senior center is off the table. It's off the table as far as the primary location downtown. Depending on what we find out when we survey usage over the next couple of years, and if that was still available, we may want to consider seasonal usage of it as an overflow space. But we have no clue. All I can say is, I'm not saying it's off the table. It's not our prime location. It may have some value to us in the future.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Gossett?
Thank you, and I too am very committed to helping you keep a location of the public library in the city. It's very important to the makeup of our community. A question though, the majority of us up here are volunteers, as are the trustees, and we do it for the high money we get paid, I know. But we seem to be finding new things out all the time. Is there a specific group or a set of consultants, or who's going to be managing this process going forward to determine, if you will, the scope and the nature of whatever facility you maintain in the city, and also designing what is going to go in another location outside of the city, and determining funding and those types of things?
We don't know right now. I can tell you the board is who is ultimately responsible. And I would think at our meeting Wednesday, that part of it, we would signify somebody on the board that would be a main contact. And we can let you know that.
I
But right
guess-
now, talking to any board member would be fine.
Well, I guess what I'm saying in the sense of, this is a major construction project, actually two major construction projects that you'll be undertaking. And as we experienced here in the city, when we built City Hall, or we are undertaking rebuilding the wastewater treatment plant, this was done with some of our input, but the majority of it came from outside consultants and professional engineers that this is their professional business. So I'm looking to you, you said you hired Becker Morgan and another group to do studies, and I also heard you say that you really weren't satisfied with the results of those studies. So I guess I'm not looking for an answer right now, but I'm posing those questions as these are things that you, as the volunteer board, need to think about to bring forward a more professional and formal presentation to not only the city government, but also your friends groups, your members, your utilizers, and I just don't know how far along you will be prepared to present that.
That's something that will be coming very soon. Like I said, I do a lot of work with libraries. I don't work for Rehoboth. I am one of the volunteers. But I understand the importance of everything you're saying. And all we've been trying to do for the last couple of years is figuring out what people want and where we can do it. We haven't moved past that. And our intent, we're so committed to downtown that we want to keep a library opening there while the new one is being built, so that we don't shut down for a long period of time. Now, at some point, we will need to shut down Rehoboth in order to do renovations to the spot that we want to keep, Lot A, Lot 76, okay? But that will be for a minimal amount of time, and everybody will be informed of that. And the financing, the capital financing from the operations financing is kept separate. However, we also make sure that we can cover operations before we go after capital financing.
I might make one other comment on that. We've been working very closely with Becker Morgan, who actually designed and built the Lewis Library.
Correct.
And a number of other libraries in Sussex County. Very capable, and we will be relying on him heavily for conceptual design, engineering design. We'll have our own construction manager to oversee things for us, but that's the way we plan to go. As far as the fundraising, communications part of it, we have an agreement with Horizon Philanthropic in Lewis, who also worked with Lewis Library. And they will help us to develop a communication campaign. They'll develop a capital fundraising campaign, and so forth.
That's
So
what-
we don't know how to do
That's
it.
what the meeting Wednesday's about.
Right. Again, I think all of what you've just mentioned would be very beneficial to create a written narrative in the next 3 to 6 months that this is our plan going forward. This is a 5-year plan, this is a 3-year plan, so that people are dealing with initially the facts that you know now. Things change, certainly they change. But I just look to that type of information to convey it, as opposed to reading in the paper or, suddenly finding out a deed restriction that you didn't know about. Those things happen, but I think if you have a written narrative that helps you follow and keep on schedule, would be very beneficial to all parties concerned.
We agree with you completely, and we were not able to do anything until we had an LOI signed on the lot on Warrington Road. Because until we knew that we had a site out of town, and that's the only viable one we'd been able to identify, our fallback may have been just renovating and expanding the current library.
And to me,
that
that,
didn't
But we
solve
didn't
our
know that
problems.
until Thursday.
well, but you've been searching for an facility outside the city since 2019, as I understand it. Now, maybe I'm incorrect in that assumption, but you just said that if we couldn't find something, we'd stay in the city. So I don't understand that concept.
The problem with having to stay strictly in the town is we can't meet the needs of our whole service area. So that's why we're looking at the
I'm
two.
not disputing that.
locations.
I'm just questioning the statement that if we couldn't find something outside the city, we would have stayed downtown. So again, I'm just, it's a matter of semantics here, but I just look forward to written narrative as to what your plans are going forward the next 3 to 6 months.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you looked at a chronology of where we were for the first year to year and a half, our total focus was on renovating and expanding the downtown facility. We had a gnawing feeling that we're gonna spend a lot of money on that facility and not solve the fundamental problem for people not using it, traffic and primarily parking. And so that's when we began to look at, maybe we should be looking at a site out of town.
Can I add one? The other thing is, the Ray libraries have evolved, more programming space is needed.
Right.
And while our renovation would have included an additional 3,100 square feet, it did not give us all the usage that we needed. It did not give us enough programming room. It did not give us enough small study rooms or small meeting rooms. We couldn't make it all happen.
And I guess go back to saying that is a wonderful case statement, and to share that with your stakeholders would have been a great thing.
Okay.
I agree.
And Mayor, I would like to dovetail on what Commissioner Gossett is teasing out here, is that today I'm hearing something a little bit more clear than the last time we met. You talked last time about your intention to stay in the city of Rehoboth.
Right.
And now the vocabulary is not only intention, but it is guarantee. Ms. Wheatley just used the word guarantee. When you talk about communications, that's a very fine point, the difference between someone's intention and someone's guarantee. So I reacted to the use of the term intention, and I believe I stated last time that intentions can change. Just
I
as
remember you saying that, yes.
just as your intention
Yeah.
to initially renovate has now changed.
If we had,
Pardon me. So the usage of the term guarantee, I think that goes a long way, but it still doesn't get us to where I hope we go with Commissioner Legree's idea for a joint task force. It still doesn't get us to, well, what does that guarantee actually look like
right,
for the city of Rehoboth?
right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else up here? Commissioner Bennett?
Yeah, I had a question. I keep hearing about parking and traffic. So we're really talking about 3 months, right?
No?
No, it's more like 7 months.
What other months are?
I'm sorry, 5 months out of the year. It's the meter season.
Well, and we've all seen the area continue to grow. I mean,
Right.
I can remember when half of downtown, more than half, was closed from Labor Day to Memorial Day.
Right.
We've all seen that change. Now it picks up, business picks up, traffic picks up, lack of parking picks up. I mean, there are times I come uptown and there's no place to park on Rehoboth Avenue except down at the far end, okay? This time of year. But all that traffic and usage, all that increases. April, usually starts around April, Easter. Increases more in May, increases more in June, increases more in July. August is about the same. September is probably more like June. And then October's still busy through the holiday.
Yeah, I think it's
It's
really.
not the same
I think
level.
it's a 3-month issue, but just as you don't want to go out to come here during the summer, none of us want to go to Route 1. I mean, it could take you
You won't
an
have to.
hour, but it can take you an hour to go from here to Lowe's, for instance.
And you won't have
So-
to.
No, I'm just saying, though, the issue of traffic, it goes both ways.
Oh, we agree.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons we're keeping it downtown.
But the issue of parking doesn't go both ways. The facility that conceptually we're looking at would have 175 spaces for parking.
Right.
And we currently have 12, plus the city has given us 6 additional, I think it is.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bunky Marker?
Yeah, I've been listening to this discussion. I was not here at the last one, unfortunately, but there was a couple key questions that I had, and I don't know if you can necessarily address this now, but in 2023, in the digital age, what does a library, in terms of the services that you would expect to provide, how much of that is dependent by dependent upon people visiting the library itself, and how will that change? My concern, I'm basically stating that first, but I don't think anybody here is in any way opposing the idea of you serving your service area and expanding that. But I guess what we're most immediately concerned about is what kind of diminishment are we going to have in service here? And what reminded me, what came to in my head when you were talking about this was a very astute Yogi Berra-ism, where he says, nobody goes in there anymore, it's too crowded. And we have a very viable not only community, but the other thing is, how many thousand people come here for those 5 months or 3 months or whatever it is? I feel like you serve them as well. I don't know in what capacity or what kind of capacity they expect to serve them with. So I don't know if you can really address that now, but certainly that's something that I'm vitally interested in, is like, what are we getting and what are we losing and all that? And that's really, I think, the issue for me. I applaud what you're doing for the greater community, but don't leave us in the lurch.
I'm going to be deliberate in my use of the word intentional. Okay? It is our intention to provide some collections, computer usage, and small meeting space. Okay? When the new director starts, and throughout this summer into fall, that's part of why we want to do the survey from the actual people that use the library, visitor and resident, to find out exactly what they need. We know in the summertime, the visitors to the area use the library, okay? Part of it is because, especially the J1 students, that's how they access internet and emails and communicating with home. There are also business people and other people that don't have internet where they're staying or something, and they'll come and stay there, whether they're in a hotel or a rental home or their second home, although the second home usually has internet. So they all use the library for that. We want to make sure that their needs are also being met. Everybody, the state has done a great job with an increase in ebooks, so you can just go online and check out whatever book you want. There are a lot of people, myself included, that prefer to hold a book. So we will have collections down there. It'll probably be a case of more current collections coming out, not something that was published a long time ago. I mean, the collections is weeded on a regular basis anyway, trying to keep it current and to have room. So, I mean, there's going to be some books that we'll order more than one of and have in both locations.
Can I make another comment on it? Because I said we weren't happy with the surveys in the past. Surveys we've taken, first off, you have to figure out how to get out to the people that you want to get information from. And the second thing is you have to get them to respond. Our best survey covered only 10% of our service area. And we don't really know where those 10% were. Sort of, kind of, but we really don't know. When we talked about actually starting this summer, as long as we need to, we're going to find out proactively, as best we can, from every person who comes to the library. Are they a tourist? Are they a weekender coming down here with property down here? Are they a local? What are they using? So that we have a real good feel for who is using that library in that period. Then we can figure out what do we need so that we can service what their needs are.
I would add to that, I think you also need to know who's not coming and why. And so I mean, because you could be providing a service for non-users that would very much.
You're exactly right. We want to find out what everybody wants. And the one thing I would ask anybody in this room, a way everybody can help, I'm sure there's going to be more surveys, okay, is to encourage people, A, to read an entire article, and B, to fill out a survey. We'll probably also be having some public meetings, and the purpose of them will be to get input. so that we can further develop our plan, which we will then put in a form and communicate.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure that when I asked 15 minutes ago about current usage and whether or not your patron amount was dropping because of the issues that you're dealing with are not new issues. They are issues that we've had for some time in the city of Rehoboth. That you didn't have any statistics off the top of your head, but I think I gleaned that you would be able to give us something that tells us whether you're experiencing a current drop in patrons, a level, or an increase, whatever it may
Commissioner
be.
Sharp, we will be able to. We have that information. We just don't have it with us. And I don't want to quote any numbers like that without having them in front of me.
Oh, I don't blame you. I just want to make sure that we've got a homework issue
Yeah.
and it doesn't get lost in the shuffle.
Okay.
Yeah, I just point out that if we wanted to look back at the last 4 years or so, COVID muddles the whole thing because we had a significant drop. Well, actually, we had the library closed for a period.
Sure.
So we had a drop off there. We had no programs because we couldn't get people together. So it's going to require some interpretation, but we've got the data.
Okay.
Mayor, if I,
Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Commissioner Gossett and then Commissioner
Just
Shernaski.
a couple of things. One, just curious, has their property been appraised?
No.
And in your aspect of presence downtown, if you would, also in your case statement or will, or things that I think would be helpful to know, is the staffing levels of that particular building, and also the hours and days of operation.
Correct.
And then one other thing, just as a consideration, that you're saying you're going to do a new survey and what have you, would you be, and you don't have to answer this, please, but just a consideration that depending on the results of that new survey, would you reconsider the plan that you currently have in place of relocating portion of the library?
If we see that there's no need for another library, believe me, none of us want to go through the heartache of building a new building and not having it used.
So that would be a yes, you would reconsider based on new information?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't believe that that's going to be the case, but,
We never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
right.
Thank you. Commissioner Shernaski?
thank you, and I'll be, I'll be quick. I certainly don't fault you for looking to expand in an area that is, quite frankly, expanding rapidly in growth in the county. But I think this was communicated poorly, and I think that caught everyone, all of us, off guard and the community. And I'm hearing things a little bit more definitively, as Commissioner Sharp mentioned. At the last meeting, you mentioned intent several times, and I said, well, that's great that it's the intent, but what's actually going to be the reality? And at that time, assume that you would have to sell all 3 lots in order to expand. So I think what would be helpful for us, what would be helpful for our constituents and your community is things being more definitive. That you make a statement that at the very least, the lot that was conveyed to you from the city will, at the very least, remain a library in downtown. And that you have, as Commissioner Gossett mentioned, a clear outline for us and for the public. In this year, this is what's going to happen. A needs assessment is going to be done. In year 2, we need more information to digest and be able to plan. And I understand, looking at, things happening 3-5 years out, there's a lot of unknowns at this point. But the more information and guidelines that you can put to us and the public, I think is going to make your lives much easier.
We
and would
agree,
help
and
us.
trust me, we want that too. And I really don't see, part of what I think was going on is we were not able to talk about the expansion because we didn't know where we were going until we had a signed LOI.
And we've been waiting for
And we-
approximately 9 months for that
Right.
signed LOI.
And we just got it last week.
Right.
Okay? So now we're in a position that we can better formulate plans and better communicate them.
Good.
It is our guarantee that we will do that.
If your budget meetings had been held a month or 2 months from now, that communication would already have been out. But the timing of it, the timing of when our plans came together, we didn't have time.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Is there anything new? We're starting to get a little redundant here. Commissioner LeGree, go ahead.
Mayor, I'm going to recommend that we talk to some folks in Delaware. I'd like to have them come before us. And I'd also like to have the chairman of the Board of Trustees, of the Library Trustees at Lewis, perhaps come and talk to us so we could ask them some questions. I'm seriously only concerned right now with the future of the Rehoboth Beach Library going forward. I wish them all the luck in the world, but we need to consider our own library. Thank you.
We'll give that consideration. Thank you. With that, I'd like to go to the members of the public. Is there anybody who would like to talk on this topic? Sam, come on up to the microphone here first. And this is not, this is a session for soliciting comments and feedback from members of the public, not a session to quiz the library representatives.
Thank you.
Thank
Mayor.
you. And identify yourself.
Oh, Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street.
You all can sit down. Thank you.
Just a little bit of history.
I'm sorry. Your name is on the agreement, so you're speaking.
You know some history.
Speaking with authority.
Go back a little bit before that even.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted everybody to know that former Mayor Cooper's signature is on that agreement, so you've got a lot of knowledge. Go ahead, Sam.
The city has, I think, a long and proud history of association with the library in Rehoboth. The library was in the old 1906 school building when it was the city hall, and when the new city hall was constructed, finished in, I think, 1964, the library occupied the front half, roughly, of the east wing of the old building, if you remember. It wasn't so long ago.
The 911 center, you mean?
Well, where the 911 center was the library. And in 1982, I was on the board. The city purchased the telephone company, that was their central office in the 76 Rehoboth Avenue. And they were going from mechanical equipment to digital, and it wasn't feasible for them to modernize the building, so they built out on the other end of Rehoboth Avenue, if you know where they are now. And when they were clear of it, they put it up for sale, and the city paid $276,000 for that property. That was a lot of money then. That was a lot of money. Compared to your budget today, I bet the city budget probably wasn't $3 or $4 million. We caught some flack over it, but the building was leased to the library. They got state grants and whatever to remodel it, and that allowed the city to expand the police department into the old library, which worked all the way around. But then, as time went on, just 10 years, I guess, they wanted to expand, and there were two vacant lots owned by Naon Craft, who was a woman of means in the area. She lived in Hellopen Acres. Just as an aside, she had owned a house on the ocean front in Dewey Beach. And they said in the 1962 storm, she was the only one that had any insurance because she had it through Lloyd's of London, and she paid a god-awful premium, but she had it. And she allowed, the only thing on the two lots was a billboard, a full-size billboard, if some of you remember that. I remember, I think the Hellopen from time to time had an ad on it. I think Fran O'Brien's. It sat at an angle to Rehoboth Avenue, a very prominent location, but she allowed the fire company to use it, and they parked their trucks over there. When we ran bingo out of the firehouse, used it for parking and everything. And at some point, and Mrs. Kraft donated Lot 74 to the library, as I understood it, and she sold Lot 72. And when the library got their plans in gear, they decided they needed all three lots. And Don Derrickson, who had owned, or did own, I think at the time, the Sandcastle, had bought it, and he sold it, as I recall, to the library at a very reasonable price. I mean, it was not a donation, but he recognized the civic responsibility and, you know, conveyed it to them at a very reasonable price. And of course, we know they built the library that's there today. And so I just, you know, the city has given a lot to have a library in the city, is, I guess, is the gist of my comments. I think it's been expressed and that they have done a very, very poor job of conveying their plans, and that's, I think, is a lot of the concern, is they don't really seem to have a plan. They have an idea, and I think it's been expressed by members of the board. But the wording of the resolution as it relates to keeping a facility in town was very, very iffy. Gives me no assurance that what their intent really was. And as Commissioner Gossett said, I think things change, and, you know, I mean, I think it was worded loosely enough that, well, you know, we found out that this changed and we really can't do that downtown anymore. But in the end, I fully understand the need for a facility outside of the city. I think any reasonable person, but I don't want to throw a new wrinkle into this, really. But the county needs to be brought into this discussion. Come on, they have issued how many tens of thousands of permits for houses between here and Millsboro and Georgetown, even here in Love Creek. Maybe it's time for a new library district to service, and maybe they'll have different needs than the people in this area. I don't know, but to think that we have all the library districts that we're ever going to have in Sussex County is, I think, unreasonable given the situation. And so in the end, I believe that the city and the surrounding environs can support the whole building over there. And I would be resistant to anything that got rid of any part of the existing property. It's in public use now, and that's where it should stay. It's a public facility, and it needs to remain a public facility. And I think I speak for a lot of people, maybe even most people in this area, is we're damn tired of giving up our way of life and our civic facilities for the growth that's happening out on the highway. So please, hold firm.
Thank you, Sam. Anybody else? Carolyn and then Lorraine. Carolyn, identify yourself, plees.
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. I'd just like to ask a question. You all seem to have been caught off guard. You have liaisons for Main Street, for the museum, for the senior center. Why isn't there a library liaison, and why isn't there a fire department liaison if you guys give funding to them? Thank you.
Yeah, I have no idea what the answer would be. But thank you, Carolyn. Lorraine, identify yourself and
Lorraine
what's
Zellers,
your relation
308
to
City
the
resident, 308 Stokely Street. First, thank you, Kay and Tucker, for coming. I feel better for the clarification. I still have concerns about what the library presence will look like. No one mentioned timeline. Is there any timeline that can be put forward at some point? I agree that we need to have a task force. We need to be a part of this process. For myself, I would love to see the whole building stay as it is. I understand the needs for going out of town, and I felt gratified to hear that the money that's raised or given from the city will remain in the city facility. So that gives me pause. More information, get the public. I do think it was a poor job of communication, and I hope that will be rectified going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Anybody else? If not, yeah, I will convey one fear, I guess, Kay and Tucker, that is that you move out of town, expand out of town, retain something in town, but then 1, 2, 3, 4 years after the expansion, there become financial troubles, and you decide that you need to close the in-town one. So I agree with Sam then that we need to figure a way to work together on this. And yes, and absolutely. Do you want to address real quick the timeline? And you know, Tucker, come back to the microphone and just pick one of you.
Which we didn't know until
Right.
Our plan, do I need to
No,
re-identify?
yeah, you're good right there.
Okay. Our plan is to start to communicate better, to have a case statement, to develop more of a plan. We don't have the whole plan laid out right now. Timeline-wise, the $3 million we got from the ARPA funds has to be used, the facility has to be open by December of 2026. So our hope is probably within the next 2 or 3 months to start design, where I'm setting up a meeting right now with the architect to look at the Rehoboth location to see what we can and can't do, so we know how to consider things. We'll continue to formulate a plan. Like I said, we're meeting with Horizon. I'm going to say construction would probably start sometime on the new facility in '24, maybe early '25. And then after that's done, do the renovations to the Rehoboth, whatever it's determined that will be, and have that complete by '26, '27. Does that give you enough? I mean, it's hard to say because we're in the very, even though this has been going on for a long time, we're still just now to a point where we know how to move forward.
Well, Tucker and Kay, thank you very much for coming, and we appreciate it. I think that helps clarify some things for people. Before we dismiss you, we'll go to Jay, but we do invite you back for the afternoon conversation. Budget meeting starts at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, yes. And, the donations are last on the agenda, so I don't know what time frame that might be, 2, 3, or 4, that we get to you. So, Commissioner Legree, did you want to have the last word?
Yes, I do. I want to thank former Mayor Cooper for your foresight. Without your foresight, we'd be on the outside looking in, and I thank you. Yes, it was Dorothy Kraft who's on the document in Georgetown. She may have been the grandmother. I have no idea. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
you,
you.
Kay and Tucker. We'll see you this afternoon. With that, we're going to go to the second item of old business, which is to discuss an ordinance to amend Chapter 102 Building Construction by inserting a new Section 102-9 relating to regulations for awnings, canopies, and marquees, and to amend Chapter 270 Zoning by inserting a new Article 12, Requirements and Licensing of Awnings, Canopies, and Marquees. If you recall, our last workshop meeting is where this was first introduced by Evan Miller in Building and Licensing. This happened to be generated and initiated by Building and Licensing and Evan. So they're going to continue the conversation. Again, this is meeting number 2. We do have some correspondence that received. It was not received in time for embedment into the agenda, so it will be added afterwards. And with that, we'll turn it over to Evan Miller.
Sure.
Let me. So got that there. You can say wherever you want to go. Now, is this version a red line version that shows changes between now and the first workshop?
That would be correct, Mayor. And I will go through each change from the previous workshop meeting. There are some items that have been removed, so we have not re-redlined those documents or those sections of the document. But again, I'll go through line by line and address the changes that we've made since the last workshop meeting. First on lines 109 through 116. This again regulates the dimensions for or projections into and over the public property for awnings, canopies, and marquees that encroach 8 feet or more above grade. One of the most notable changes is that we actually consolidated these requirements. You'll recall that the same requirements existed in the encroachments 8 feet or more above grade and the encroachments 15 feet or more above grade. But because those encroachments had the same restrictions or requirements, we've consolidated those into the encroachments 8 feet or more above grade. On line 110 and 111, awnings with 8 feet or more of clearance above the public property shall not extend more than 4 feet into and over the public property. At the last meeting, I think there was some confusion because the previous language had read into or over the public property measured from the building facade. So if the building's set back off of the public sidewalk a little bit, there was some confusion as to how to measure that 4 feet. So again, we have clarified that language there in that awnings cannot extend more than 4 feet into and over the public property. Canopies with 8 feet or more of clearance above the public sidewalk, this is lines 112, 113, 114. Canopies with 8 feet or more of clearance above the public sidewalk shall extend far enough so that stanchions or columns that support the canopy are located not less than 2 feet in from the curb line. This changed from the previous version. Previously, we had that the columns or stanchions had to be located within 2 feet of the curb line. However, Mayor, you had brought up a good point at the last meeting about our sawtooth curb lines and how that measurement is going to vary based on where those columns or stanchions are located. So this actually mimics existing building code, again, that those columns cannot be located not less than 2 feet. If there is interest, we could also explore, try to further clarify where those columns and stanchions must be located. One of the ideas that I had was, I know we're very concerned about our pedestrian access route. We don't want columns or stanchions located within that pedestrian access route. So if that is something that the commissioners would like to see in here, we could bring in that definition and reference that for the columns and stanchions for canopies. And then finally on this section, and I'll
Would
answer
you
any
like us to
questions.
comment as we get to these, or do you want us to go back to them?
You can certainly ask questions as we go through these. I'll just finish this paragraph, and then if there are any questions, we can discuss.
Okay, thank you.
And then on line 114, 115, 116, marquees with 8 feet or more of clearance above the public sidewalk shall not extend more than 2/3 the width of the sidewalk measured from the building facade. We've added to the curb line, so that differentiates that sidewalk width that we are looking at, how we're measuring that depth of the sidewalk. So that was everything for section 3202.3.1, awnings, canopies, and marquees encroaching 8 feet or more above grade.
Yeah, I think it'd be easier if we commented as we go down rather than trying to go backwards. On lines 111 and 112 in reference to the location of the support columns for canopies, I think I suggested before, and I still do, that maybe we go down to Seashell Shop. I think that's a good example of a sawtooth curb line that we don't want to put something in there that's instantly not doable. It could be that we need to draw a straight line down the sawtooth and utilize that as a reference point. And you'll see the Seashell Shop, actually, their posts are back probably 3 or 4 feet from the curb line. And that's outside of the pedestrian access route, so maybe that's a good measure also. So that's one comment. The other comment has to do with the marquees. Again, I said it before, that the marquees are more restrictive to the canopies, and I'm not sure why. They physically may not be able to build something that goes out as far as canopies, but I don't see why we can't give them the opportunity to try to design something, again, just to equal what the canopy would be, because the marquee is more substantial because it's got to be integral with the building and everything. So those are just 2 comments on that, but thank you for considering. Anybody else?
I agree with those 2 comments.
Thank you. You look more studious. What's different about you today?
I don't wear glasses very often.
Thank you. Go ahead, Evan. Oh, I'm sorry.
When he agrees with you, you say he looks studious.
I'm sorry. Commissioner
Just
Goddard.
one question, and if you could help this, on line 63, 64, we begin with section 3202, which is, I'm assuming, an import from the IBC. And is that going to be problematic in starting a new numbering code within our code?
So,
I'm just not clear, and we also are including millimeters, and is that needed, or should that then carry out through the rest of the code?
Right, so Chapter 102 is all of the amendments to building code that the city's adopted. So the way that this is drafted is consistent with other amendments to building code that we've done in our municipal code. The reference to millimeters, so that is something that's
Evan,
currently.
before we move on, so the way it'll work is in the code, this is actually section 102-9 of the code. So it'll say section 102-9, make these changes to the International Building Code, and then it'll show all these different numbers below that. But it's still, the numbering is still consistent with what we use throughout the rest.
So these would be embedded in our code as opposed to having a reference back to IBC?
That's right, this will all be embedded in our code.
Okay.
So this is actually not reflective of what the final draft ordinance will be.
It is the final draft ordinance, but if you look all the way up top at line 57, it says section 2 of this ordinance, chapter 102, article 2 of the Municipal Code of the City of Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, 2001, is hereby amended by inserting a new section 102-9. So this will be section 102-9, which is consistent with our numbering, but then within section 102-9 will be all these other numbers that reference back to the International Building Code.
All right. Thank you.
On the millimeters?
Yes, in regards to the millimeters, so building code references anytime there's a measurement, inches or feet, they also reference millimeters in parentheses. So because we're amending building code, I've just kept that consistent. I don't think there's any reason that we need to go back and amend other sections of our code. But again, just for consistency, I wanted to include that.
Thank you.
All right, so we left off around there. Go ahead, Evan.
Sure. On line 124, 125, 126, this is what I had referenced earlier, encroachments 15 feet or more above grade. We added that they are, except for awnings, canopies, and marquees. So again, we had the limitations on awnings, canopies, and marquees in both sections, the encroachments 8 feet or more above grade and 15 feet or more above grade. So we've consolidated those above and then reference back. The next amendment to the ordinance is on line number 158 under section 102-58 requirements. So Part A, awnings, canopies, and marquees erected after date of adoption, which we will insert, that encroach into and over public property shall have sufficient lighting installed underneath to illuminate onto the sidewalk or public property. So again, we did not want to go back and require that any existing awning, canopy, and marquee have lighting installed, but any new awning, canopy, or marquee proposed have that sufficient lighting. On line 70, had originally read awning signs.
70,
170.
170.
Originally had read awning signs must comply with chapter 270. So we've just amended that to signs because certainly the sign code in chapter 270 does address more than just awning signs. Line number 175 under section 102-59, that is the property owner who proposes the construction of an encroaching awning, canopy, or marquee in compliance with the provision of this chapter shall obtain, we've added the word obtain, a license agreement from the city manager authorizing such encroachment.
So is this different than the last one? Was the original intent that they came in front of the commissioners for a license agreement? So I'm noting a change here that we're delegating it to the city manager.
That's correct.
Okay.
And the next amendments that I'll discuss reflect a lot of the conversation that we had at the last meeting about not wanting to burden the owners of existing awnings, canopies, and marquees with fees, registration, having the requirement for insurance, submit plans drawn to scale, prepared by an architect or engineer. So on line 184, 185, 186, under section 102-60 application requirements, The following are the minimum criteria for an applicant to be eligible for a license for an awning, canopy, or marquee encroaching into and over public property. This section shall not apply to awnings, canopies, and marquees existing prior to the date of adoption unless they have been required to be removed and replaced by the Building and Licensing Department. You'll recall that later down in the section when we talk about registering existing awnings, canopies, and marquees, that the Building and Licensing Department will go out, they will inspect those awnings, canopies, and marquees. If they need to be repaired, they can be repaired, but if they have to be completely removed and replaced, they then must meet the new requirements under 10260. So we've inserted that there. And the application requirements, this begins on line 189. Again, the name and address of the applicant. We've said at previous meetings that the applicant must be the property owner or an authorized representative. 192, line 192B, if the property is leased, the name and address of the leasee of the premise where such awning is to be erected and maintained. Previously, this was a little bit further down, but we again mentioned the name of the owner, so that was repetitive. So we've removed that and added the name and address of the leasee if the property's leased. Part E, line 199, plans drawn to scale prepared by the manufacturer, installer, or a Delaware licensed architect or engineer. There was some discussion at the last meeting about, again, we've got some pretty reputable sign companies here in the state. So we wanted to allow for either plans that were prepared by the manufacturer of the awning or the installer. We wanted to accept those. I think from some of the conversation, we do that already. So we've added those. Part F, this is just a little bit more clarity. Line 207, awnings placed on building facades with multiple stories or ground floor tenants shall be coordinated by the property owner. So just clarified that coordinated vertically and horizontally.
I'd like to comment on that. Again, trying to articulate what the change is between this and the last one. The last one, I think we included this, but we didn't indicate who would be the design police, if you will, whether it was a city or what. And by making it the property owner, it's kind of, what's the point of even putting it in there other than, hey, this is what we would like you to do, but there's going to be no policing of it. So I guess I don't see the point if it's nothing that can be enforced and we're not going to enforce whatever the property owner says, we put it in his hands. And I think the intent with this, again, was for multiple stories or ground floor tenants, such as some of the new hotels going in, that there would be some design coordination for aesthetic purposes, I guess. So I don't know what to do with it.
I think, Evan, you had brought forth some information from Bethany Beach previously. I don't know whether you can comment further on that or not.
Yeah, so actually the coordinated by the property owner was in the previous version. The only thing that I had added was on the first line, multiple stories. Originally, we just had awnings placed on building facades with multiple ground floor tenants. So we wanted to address the multiple stories. I did bring in reference to the Bethany Beach regulations that they had, and there was discussion at the last meeting to not pursue any type of requirements like that.
So that language existed previously, so.
Right.
While we're there, I have a hard time seeing this blue.
Regarding the ownership, property owners.
No, I'm going back to the application requirements, 183, line 184. Application requirements, applying for a license for the awning. This section shall not apply to awnings, canopies, and marquees pre-existing, if you will, right? Mm-hmm. So I just want to make sure that what we're saying is they're grandfathered and they don't have to make application, that this application process is for going forward, from this point forward, adoption forward.
Right.
Okay.
But in that discussion from the last meeting, building and licensing will have a survey or inventory of all pre-existing.
Would need to, as a necessity, so that they know which need to file and which are exempt from filing, right?
Right. Yes, the requirements for existing awnings, canopies, and marquees is section 10261, which begins on line 227.
Okay, well, why this is important for me to clarify is when we start getting down to the fee structure, that we know certain ones are exempt and certain are not. All righty, thank you, Evan. Anybody else?
Yeah, just on, back to
Commissioner
the
Gossett, what
application requirements.
number, line number?
Line 186, you talk about required to be removed or replaced. Do we address alterations at all? If somebody, wants to put in a skylight, or they want to, obviously change the roof is a repair, but, they want to go back and add lighting, or they want to increase the height of it, or who knows what, but do we address alterations? You call out removal and replacement, but I don't see the phrase alteration, so I don't know if that's needed or covered elsewhere?
It is not covered elsewhere. The only thing that we mention is that they can be repaired provided that the encroachment remains unchanged in size, shape, and location. But we could look at alterations.
Just curious, that's all.
I don't know that alterations would fit right there.
I don't either,
When
but
they're
I'm-
required to be removed and replaced. It may be somewhere else that
Yeah.
if it's altered, you have to come back. And you already have a license agreement, it maybe has to go back in front of the city manager.
Would that be the recommendation that alterations do have to seek the requirements set forth in 10260? So now they have to, if they're going to perform alterations, then they bring plans to scale prepared by the manufacturer installer. They get insurance requirements.
Yeah, I'm just curious, and do we define alterations elsewhere in the code or not? Because again, there's repair, somebody's going to repair the roof, they're going to paint it, they're going to what have you. And I don't want to make it too complicated, but I just don't want to, there's always a loophole kind of thing, but.
Well, I
to
think
just
I
address
agree
it.
with you that at some level of alteration, I think you probably need to go back in front of the city manager for the license agreement or for a permit.
And I think the language that Evan just read covered that, unless I've interpreted that incorrectly.
I don't,
On size, shape, scale of the encroachment.
I don't know. See, I'm looking at lines 185, 186.
Yeah, I don't know whether it fits there or not. but-
Right. I think it needs to go elsewhere.
I don't know how we cover that elsewhere in other parts of the code, just,
Sure, we can look at that.
it may not be necessary, but it's just a flag that came to me.
We will look at that.
Go ahead.
Sure. Next section is section 10261, licensing of existing awnings, canopies, and marquees. This is line 227.
227?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Line 229, awnings, canopies, and marquees existing prior to the date of adoption shall be permitted to remain under the following conditions. So we have left Part A and B unchanged, aside from the addition of the date of adoption. Again, this is the city manager issues a notice to all the requirements contained by mail. There was some discussion at the last meeting about certified mail or just standard mail. So we had amended that to just say sent by mail to the last known address to which tax bills are mailed to all property owners on record for the C1, C2, and C3 districts. And then within 221 days, each owner of the property located within those districts has an unlicensed awning, canopy, or marquee, needs to file an application for a license agreement which provides the following information. So that is the name and address of the applicant. Again, if the property is leased, the name and address of the leasee of the premise. If it's a business, they need to provide a city-issued business license. And then Part 4 was where we had the insurance requirements as well as the plans drawn to scale, prepared by the manufacturer, installer, architect, or engineer. We have removed that and added in 2 or more photographs taken within 30 days of the date of application, which clearly show the existing size, nature, and construction of the awning, canopy, or marquee, together with the dimensions and manner of attaching same to structure or building served. So that gives us some photo evidence, documentation on the existing encroachment, so that we can have that on record. Part 5, we kept in that they need to execute the indemnification agreement that indemnifies the city. And then parts C and D, again, reflect the process whereby building and licensing will go out, they'll perform an inspection of the existing awning, canopy, and marquee. If it's required to be repaired, it can be repaired, provided that the encroachment remains unchanged in size, shape, and location. And that should the inspection reveal that the encroachment is required to be removed and replaced, it shall be removed and may be replaced by the property owner. So we did add language there just mentioning that the property owner is responsible for removing and replacing that encroachment. So again, this section eliminates the requirement for insurance as well as preparing plans for those existing awnings, canopies, and marquees. Again, discussion from the last meeting was we didn't want to burden some of the property owners with these that have these existing encroachments.
I disagree with the removal of the insurance. Glenn, your evidence of insurance? I mean, this is overhanging city property.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any problem. Obviously, I'd prefer to have the insurance on it. I think the approach was to look at these as entirely allowed to remain without any additional burdens put on them. But you know, if it's the desire of the commissioners, I certainly would prefer to have them insured.
This is addressing either existing and future?
This is just existing, yes.
This section is existing, but we have insurance.
Future and existing.
Right, we require, the ordinance requires insurance on future ones, newly installed ones, newly licensed ones. The question here is, those that exist now, should the city require insurance on those existing awnings?
Only comment I have is with aging infrastructure, it would seem to be more likely that something could occur to an existing or older canopy, marquee, or what have you, than a new one, because you've got to build it to newer standards. So insurance, to me, I agree with Commissioner Chernowski that we should reconsider that. Okay. And also, as a sidebar, I noticed, City Manager, you had a meeting with our insurance representatives recently. I'm just curious if you addressed the current, throughout, it shows $1 million for general liability insurance. Are those, is that still a capacity that we should maintain, or do we need to increase that in the future, or now or in the future? If that question came up during your conversations or review.
Commissioner Goss, it did not come up, and we didn't review what the limits were going to be at that stage. I can bring that back up because there was probably a good 8 or 10 requests for information that I had from them. They are still due out to us. So I will add that to the
I mean, $1 million has been standard for a long, long time. I don't know if that's still, I'm sure $1 million's good, but, you know, the cost of going to $2 million or something of that nature, I don't, again, for city exposure. Thank you.
And then finally, under fees, that's section 10262, it starts on line 276. Again, discussion at the last meeting was we didn't want to have the property owners that own existing awnings, canopies, and marquees to pay these fees. So we've added some additional language in here, and I'll read this section. It now reads, a fee of $325 shall accompany a request for a license to erect an awning, canopy, or marquee encroaching into and over public property. Upon granting of the license, the applicant shall pay an annual fee of an amount that's still to be determined, plus an annual administrative fee of $30. Fees under this section do not apply to awnings, canopies, and marquees existing prior to the date of adoption unless they've been required to be removed and replaced by the Building and Licensing Department.
So this one gives me the most pause, I guess, that, and I want to make sure I understand it. Again, if you have an existing awning, then you don't have to apply for a license. So therefore, you are totally exempt from all fees.
You do have to still apply for a license. There's just different requirements in that application process, which were the ones specified in 10261.
Okay, so you're still applying for a license,
Yes.
but it's evaluated in front of the city manager rather than the Board of Commissioners. So now all of a sudden, it's not in front of the Board of Commissioners, and I guess I'm questioning, should there be a fee change or reduction because it's not in front of us anymore, it's in front of the city manager. The annual fee of to be determined, I'm leaning toward 0. And the reason I'm leaning toward 0 is because I'm evaluating the awnings encroaching into and over space as what harm are they doing? To me, it's a totally different category than the Olive Avenue or the different places where we have allowed them to encroach on the city property, either to comply with zoning requirements or for whatever reason, because they have a longstanding encroachment. So to me, this is an awning, it's overhead. It's not extending below 8 feet, so it's not going to be an impediment to pedestrians. So I'm leaning toward even questioning any kind of fee.
But it's a use of city property, correct?
It's up there. They're not using city property. It's up above our heads, technically, versus the shower that we approved a license agreement for recently, and steps that go out of the back of somebody's house, and the personal parking spaces that we allowed them to encroach on the city property. To me, those are just all totally different examples. So I'm struggling a little bit with the existing versus the new, and if the existing, are we saying the existing would have to pay this $325 fee? No. The annual administrative fee of $30? They're not paying anything, they're just filing a license application. Oh, well, that made that easy, if we're in agreement with that. So then the question is for the new ones, all new ones, they've got to pay $325 plus 30, and then again, that annual to be determined, I think, should be eliminated.
So what are we doing annually on the new ones? Is that staff time? What is the staff doing?
Yes, so that's a good question because the annual administrative fee would be the staff time to generate the invoice in Munis and then to actually issue the invoice to the property owner and then to receive the payment. Now the invoicing and the staff time would only apply if there is an annual fee, because every year they'll have to generate that invoice for that fee. So if there's not going to be an annual fee, then that administrative fee of $30 could also be removed.
I guess I agree that there shouldn't be an annual fee. But I think for any new application, there would be an application fee, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm fine with removing, not having a fee, certainly not for existing, but even for annual fees, certainly not for existing and not for, and I guess for new ones, yeah, I agree with the mayor. It's in the air. You're not. you're not restricting use of public property in some way, I'm fine with removing it for that as well. But there should be an application fee for these to be processed for new applications.
Matt, is there a different amount of labor to evaluate a license for a canopy, a marquee, and an awning?
I would say if they are all new and it's a very new application, the review would probably be the same.
You would essentially review them, if it's new construction, you're reviewing them as part of the evaluation of the entire building permit.
Correct. However, for recordation purposes, we would want to separate that if we are moving forward with the license agreements.
Anybody else?
Remind me why we're creating this in the first place. What was the genesis to bring this about?
Thank you, Commissioner. We've got several new applications that will be coming in and will be encroaching city property. When they appear on a building permit application, my jurisdiction stops at the property line. I can't permit anything going above and beyond those lines. I felt it necessary to get some kind of process in place and maybe perhaps some recording of the structures that are currently out there and all the new structures going forward in the event that something occurs.
I very much like that this creates, with the lease agreements, a mechanism for these existing ones to be inspected. We have a lot of aging infrastructure, and I think I just think about what happened over at the Henlopen Hotel and the ceiling facade that collapsed and crumbled on walkways. So I very much, I know this is a lot of work and it seems nuanced, but the fact that it's forcing existing ones to be inspected, I think is important.
Do we take on any particular liability by inspecting them and deeming them safe versus putting the burden on them to provide their own engineer statement that they're good?
I think I would defer to the solicitor on that question.
Do we take on any additional liability? Perhaps. You know, I guess part of the question is if you're going to ask the owner of existing awnings or canopies to provide some sort of engineer certification or something, you know, if they don't provide that, are we going to go through the enforcement of having them remove the canopy or awning that's existing? You know.
I'm also conscious of the extra burden of costs. You know, we've gotten a few pieces of correspondence, I think, on this topic that essentially they don't want to pay anything. I mean, I can understand that. So as long as we can handle it.
Do we take a look at them before we give them a license?
We would take a look at both the application and the existing.
Okay. And once we issue the license, we're in it, I think, legally.
I understand what you're saying, Mayor, but I'm worried more about the liability of us not ensuring that things that are hanging over people's heads are safe.
Well, I'm fine with the insurance thing. I'm fine.
And a component of the license will be an indemnification and some form of insurance. So, I mean, I think ultimately licensing the existing ones is a reduction in liability for the city.
I think we've heard from three commissioners now that they're comfortable with reinstating the indemnification requirement, liability requirement.
I have no problem with it.
Okay.
I don't either.
So back to the fee structure. Is everybody comfortable with what's there, or how did you want to massage it? We can also take a pause and go to the members of the public. Hearing no comments, we'll go to the members of the public. We'll come back to the commissioners. Is there anybody, a member of the public that would like to speak up and say anything? Walter, come ahead to the microphone in front, center here. If you would, state your name and relationship to the city, please.
Good morning, Walter Birmingham, 123 Hennepin Avenue. I came into the tail end, but to try to do inspections on what you can't see is a problem. I don't know what part I missed out, but what happened at the Hennepin was not handled well. Oceanfront, you don't know what people have put up years ago. I don't think we should do inspections. I don't think you're trained enough to know what's behind a wall that you can't see with drywall. And I think if you're going to have certain inspections, there should be, and I think they have the authority to call for inspections by licensed people, contractors, architects or somebody like that. I'm not sure that you want to know. You can't see what's underground. You can't see what's behind the facades of these buildings. And they put 2x2 or 2x4 tiles up there. They hang them from non-stainless steel T-bars and stuff like that. And I don't think you need to subject these people. I think it's going to be a legal hassle. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Anybody else? Sam, go ahead.
Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. I would kind of echo what Commissioner Gossett said. Where is this coming from? I'll start with at line 92, architectural features.
Let me bring that up, Sam.
Columns or pilasters, including bases and molding, should not project more than 12 inches. So you're saying that you take a minimal sidewalk alongside. I don't want to pick on a particular business, but I think it's illustrative of, let's say, First Street Station along First Street. They could come in under this next week, or the week after it passes, and say, we want to give our building a Greek look, and we're going to put fake columns that come out 12 inches every 20 feet down the sidewalk there. So we're reducing what is already a minimal sidewalk by another 12 inches. That just, I'll leave it there. With this whole thing about canopies and awnings, I think the last meeting I said, and I had not read it, it took me by surprise, and that's not your fault. I mean, I just, I'm trying to find where I do it. But again, I don't understand where this is coming from. I think the city in the past, and again, I thought it was in the ordinance somewhere, allowed, an awning to come out like 4 feet. And I think that's fine. I think that's great. But to get into canopies, and there are a number of them around town, they're all grandfathered. Some of them, I guess people would say they're probably quaint. But I don't understand the rush to allow new ones. And I'll read the definition for the audience and stuff. A canopy is a rigid roof-like structure, pretty open, other than an awning or marquee made of fabric, metal, or other materials that is supported through connection to the building, as well as by columns or posts affixed to the ground. You have absolutely no design criteria at all. A roof-like structure. It could be a pagoda-looking thing. It could be, I don't know. You name it. If it sheds water, it's a roof, in my view. It doesn't say how tall it could be. Can it extend out past the curb? Can it? No. Why not? Where in here does it say it can't extend beyond the curb?
Line 112, canopies with 8 feet or more of clearance above the public sidewalk shall not extend or shall extend far enough so that stanchions or columns that support the canopy are located not less than 2 feet in from the curb line.
It says the supports. It doesn't say it can't be cantilevered out further than that, does it?
No.
It just says the supports. What are these things? You have, again, no design criteria. How many can, if you were going to do it, if you had some design criteria, say if a building has 100 feet of frontage, it could have one of these, would make sense. But you could have ones 4 feet wide, and you could have them 50 feet wide. It doesn't say how many stanchions it can have. It doesn't say what they're composed of. Nothing. And I don't know, the marquees are a little dicier, but to me, they fall into, I just limit it to awnings. And as far as the insurance thing, that's a good question I've always had. And, I'm not an attorney, admittedly, but I've had a lot of exposure over the years to these things. And quite frankly, not a professional opinion because I'm not a lawyer, but I believe as a city, I would rather rely on sovereign immunity than I would a requirement in a code to have insurance that the city's not going to keep up with. And when something happens, the policy very well may not be in effect. And again, I agree with Walter. Trying to expect, I think clearly if there's a crack showing or something, that the building department should require it to be inspected. I think they have the right to do it. But to wholesale inspect it, you don't know what's behind it. It's getting ready to give out. And that would just give me a false sense of security. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Mayor, just to reinforce,
Yes.
back on January 9th at our workshop, the question was asked, why are we doing this? And the answers were ranging from, we had a gap in the code because we had nothing to regulate them currently, and why now? Because of a proliferation of requests and the upcoming new hotels. So that's why I believe, Matt, that's how we thought we should proceed.
That was my assumption.
When somebody wants a new canopy, awning, or marquee as part of a new construction or build, even in addition, then you've got code requirements that you can use to evaluate that. So again, it comes back to that you're saying you can't regulate that awning, canopy, or marquee extending over the property line on the city property. And that's the crux of what our problem is, challenge is. And that's where it kind of segues in with our conversation over the past year about license agreements. Do we want to, and that's where I think their first iteration had, we'll go to, everything will have to have a license agreement, and we'll do that retrospective. I think that was in your original, retroactive. And now we're getting away from that the existing ones would be grandfathered, but we're still don't have a mechanism for dealing with new marquees, awnings, and marquees that extend over or on, well, it'd be over or into city property.
Correct. And to be clear, we absolutely have the authority to permit all awnings, marquees, and signs, et cetera, on personal property. It's just only when they start to encroach city property do we need a method to record them, insure them, et cetera.
I mean, I think you all are kind of returning to a fundamental question that I thought you had answered, but maybe I'm wrong. The fundamental question is, do you want to allow these within the city's property? And I mean, the process now is if somebody comes to the building official with a design that includes something that encroaches city property, he says denied, and then on a one-by-one, case-by-case basis, they can come to you and request that you take a look at their proposal for an awning or a canopy, and you could grant a license agreement. The intention of this ordinance is to set some boundaries whereby you all have said, we sort of bless this much of an encroachment or that much of an encroachment at this height or that height. And in those instances, they can go forward. But the fundamental question is, if you'd rather stick with the process that is currently happening, which is the baseline is no, there are no encroachments into city property. And if you want to encroach city property, you come to this body and have your specific proposal looked at, then that's that's the message you can give the building official. You know, but this ordinance is an attempt to bless certain encroachments so that there's less process that has to be gone through each time.
I think I'm leaning toward the latter there. You know, if you look at some of the proposed hotels without mentioning their names, there's one of them, for instance, that has marquees and awnings, no canopies, but they've got those. Very significantly, in my opinion, extending over city property. You know, they're an aesthetic element, and I'm sure to some people they look beautiful, and others maybe they don't. But I do think that we need to regulate them, and it's a matter of how do we do that. So I think I'm leaning again toward his second take on it, is that they're not allowed, and if you want to come in front of us, then you need to do that. Commissioner Sharp?
No, go ahead, let someone else.
Mayor, I think also at that meeting, I had mentioned Bethany Beach, and they had design guidelines and rules and regulations instead of us reinventing the wheel. I know you spent a lot of time going through and presenting that to us, and then it just all went away. And now I feel like we're back there again. Did I miss something?
Well, would you like him to bring forward to the next meeting Bethany Beach and anybody else's?
Well, no, but I
Today,
think we resoundingly said no to that, I think, as a group. So, but now I'm hearing that we'd like to have regulation again, and I don't know why we're reinventing something that already exists somewhere else.
Right. Well, you know, Sam mentions design standards, and to me, that's fine, but that's a big thing to bite off.
I mean, how can we
Design standards.
how can we say we're going to have design standards for this and we don't have them for anything else in this?
Exactly. We didn't.
I'm not sure I
We didn't
agree with that.
Well, the
we
distinction
didn't
is
have
that-
design standards for McQuay's Market. What is that? Currently, the egg awning. You know, we didn't have any design standards. Go ahead.
That was existing.
That was.
No, it's not. Remember, McQuay's, they tore down the front of that building and rebuilt it. And the commissioners at that time, I don't remember if I was on there or not, but granted a license agreement and a variance perhaps for them to be able to rebuild. Do you remember? It was to,
That's right. I think that's right. We
yeah.
It was there, it was a repair, basically, as opposed to anything new.
So on the design standards, the distinction there, Commissioner, is that this is your property. This is public property, so you don't have the same sort of private property rights concerns that you'd have if it was a zoning regulation regulating private property. Here, because it's the city's property, you have all kinds of discretion to require whatever you want or don't want.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but these are going to embellish whatever design that the building already has. Like, why would we regulate one piece of the design of an overall building and design?
That one piece is on public property.
Okay, well,
And they could choose not to. But if they want to overhang public property or use public property, then there are additional conditions that need to be met.
and that's what we're looking at here.
And so what would be the process for them to come in front of the commissioners seeking a license agreement to encroach over?
I completely disagree with that. As Glenn just pointed out, do we want to encourage these and have a process or not? And why do we want, you're talking about hotels, come before us for a license agreement if we have something in place where the staff can handle this and give license agreements out as we have set requirements for them to do, when they're already going, for the hotel's example, they're going through the planning commission, they're getting feedback from them on design, look, feel, aesthetics.
Other than, we don't have any guidelines on design, aesthetics, or feel. we have structural minimums, height, FAR, lot coverage, but there is nothing in the code about color or design or anything of that nature. That's totally up to the property owner, because that's on private property.
And I'm fine with that. But they do get feedback from the planning commission.
And they don't have to follow it. They can take anything they want to, but it's like, it's not in the code, I don't have to do it.
Well, I'm in favor of moving forward with this ordinance and standardizing a process in which the city staff have the tools that they need to process these requests.
And does that include a licensing agreement as outlined?
Yes.
And I'm having Groundhog Day again, that we did this in January. It was on the February workshop as well. And here we are at the March workshop, and we've doubled back all the way to why are we doing this?
I think we're asking the
I just
question.
wanted a reminder, because I think it fulfills the need that the building and licensing department wants. The question I think of before us is what the mayor has brought up about costs for an application. I think that's the only issue that I see we've not.
Okay, so we should stop talking about design standards and get back to the business of fees, right?
Yes.
No, yes?
Yes.
Standards are not addressed.
Silence?
Design standards are not addressed. They've not been brought forward to address.
Right?
So it's not part of this discussion at the present time.
Correct.
That may be in the future, but I don't see it as part of the current discussion.
My recommendation, and I think I was in agreement with the mayor, is we leave the application fee of $325 in, and then everything else after that sentence is deleted. So we're not charging an annual fee for something that hangs over in the air, and we're not charging an administrative fee to process an invoice for the annual fee.
Okay, well, in your statement, you indicated delete everything after that, but you would also be deleting fees under this section do not apply to awnings, canopies, and marquees. So I think you want to leave that in there, correct?
Correct.
And the justification for the $30 annual administrative fee was to generate invoices in Munis. Is that right? So we're just going to give that away?
Yeah, because if we delete the annual fee, we don't need them to generate invoices in Munis.
Got it. So I guess what I'm trying to really say is we're discounting the staff time. We were just saying that that's not costs we should recoup. Is that what we're saying? Yes. Hello, is anyone there but me?
Well,
I in a
no.
parallel universe? Where am I?
Question on that, though, I guess are we assuming, or shouldn't assume, but it says request for a license to erect, line 276. Fee of $325 shall accompany a request for a license to erect awning, yada, yada. So is that a one-time license, or is that an annual license?
This is one time.
Does it state that? Because then if it's a one-time license.
Well, at $325 to accompany a request for a license. How many times are you going to request a license? I mean, you could ask for a modification, right? You're going to enlarge it, in which case, if you request another license, another fee of $325 has to accompany it.
But don't we currently, or am I incorrect, our licenses are annual licenses, or do we have multiple standards of issuing licenses on annual or?
No, they're currently not annual. They run until the city terminates them for one reason or another.
Okay.
The annual fee was a separate fee, and that's indicated right here, and that's what commissioners are indicating just to get rid of it.
I thought, again, it's
Go ahead.
getting into it, but when we were addressing fees before for specifics such as the Presbytery House, is that right? Wasn't it discovered that we hadn't billed for that in many, many years? So we have established a process of annually issuing a license for that property or not?
Well,
No, there's,
the annual fee is different than how the term of the license. The annual fee is because the city, that license is in existence. So you're getting the benefit of a public, you're getting the benefit of use of public property. So there's some annual fee that's associated with it, but the license doesn't terminate every year and then get reissued. It's just an annual fee for the right to use the public property.
But we send out a bill annually, is that right? So we
I
got staff time down there that Commissioner Sharp was talking about Groundhog Day again.
but that's where that $30 annual fee comes in
But
to
I-
cover.
But to bring it full circle, I think what we're saying is that there's not going to be an annual fee for existing ones. Therefore, no invoice is going to have to be generated. Therefore, no staff time is used. So there's no reason to charge any fees. Is that right, Evan? Is that?
So striking lines 78, 278, 9, 80, and 81?
Say that again.
Well, I think the Commissioner's proposal was to say, this section would say, a fee of $325 shall accompany a request for a license to erect an awning, canopy, or marquee encroaching into and over public property. Then it would strike everything down to, and then would pick back up at fees under this section do not apply to awnings, canopies, and marquees existing prior to the date of adoption unless they have been required to be removed and replaced by the Building and Licensing Department.
Correct.
Correct.
Any other members of the public want to say anything at this point? I guess, let's discuss our next steps. With that change and any other changes, can we just go ahead and create a new red line version plus a clean version? And is there any immediacy on this that we need to try to vote on it soon? I'd rather, I guess, put it on the April workshop one last time.
I think there is some
So that the
immediacy.
business community can get wind of it and react.
Right. Well, I'm just, speaking in terms of the one situation that you and I are aware of. We have to get this going before season starts.
Correct.
So the clock is ticking, and I'm just concerned about that.
Well, this is not part of the zoning code, so we don't need to adopt a resolution to go to public hearing. We don't need to go to public hearing, so there's a time frame. So if we did defer to the April workshop, then I would feel pretty confident that we should be able to go to a vote at the April regular meeting. Is there any objection to that timeline? Hearing none, so be it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Evan. Thank you, Matt.
One follow-up question on that, if I
Yes.
just could address. Some of this also then, I think, reflects back to our sign code. And if you could investigate that, currently, we do not address the term marquee in our sign code. And the only place that canopy is mentioned is under awning sign. We don't address a canopy sign. And I'm assuming that a lot of this is for advertising for future properties and whatever, which is fine, but it is not addressed in the code. So I would ask that that be investigated.
Those occurrences are addressed in the sign ordinance, but we can certainly address in this as well.
Unless I'm reading an old definition code of awnings, I don't see canopy listed other than in this awning sign code.
We'll
or
take a look at it.
definition.
Probably to add, if we add definitions through this ordinance, we would add them to the
Okay.
sign code as well.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we'll go to the next item of old business, which is status report on addressing the 3 recent requests for changes in zoning designations. You'll recall that Rehoboth Auto Repair, 20663 Coastal Highway, was the first to request a change in zoning from C3 to C1. Subsequent to that, 1028A and the property owners of 1028B, Scarborough Avenue Extended, requested changes from current zoning for their currently residential use property from C3 to R1 residential zoning. Also asked the property owners or representatives of 1028C and 1029 Scarborough Avenue Extended if they were interested in similarly seeking a change in zoning, and that was negative for 1028C and 1029 Scarborough. And as you recall, the request by 1028A and B to go from commercial to residential conflicted with the future land use map, and we discovered that we needed to go in front of the plus review. Wallace and Montgomery is participating in that. The plus review has been submitted, the application, and that will be the middle of the month. And so with Wallace and Montgomery participating in that, because it's a city function, a city request, it was requested to do that. We will report after that, because if that's favorable, then likely we'll seek a resolution to go to public hearing on that. Is there anything further you want to say?
Nothing for me, Mayor. Thanks.
Nothing. Anybody?
Is a copy of Wallace Montgomery's report available for review?
It's just an application. I mean, I can forward it to you. It's absolutely minimal, and but I can forward it to you. With that, the first item of new business. Well, is there anybody in the public that wants to say anything about the rezonings? Nope, thank goodness. New business. Discuss the possibility of establishing a fee for requests for changes in zoning designations. If you recall, again, 20663, Rehoboth Auto Repair is asking for a change in zoning from one level of commercial to other level commercial. That it fits within the future land use map, so it's no big deal. All we need to do really is decide to and go to public hearing on it. So there's not a lot of work or effort that goes into that analysis. Whereas for 1028A, 1028B, that are seeking a change in zoning designation that conflicts with the future land use map, you see the process now. The city has had to be the applicant in front of PLUS, so we are now paying Wallace and Montgomery to represent the city in this. And if you recall at a previous meeting or meetings, somebody asked about, well, who's paying for this? So it may be a little premature, but I wanted to put it on so that if the consensus was to pursue this, then after, if we wanted to pursue it, then I would give notice to the property owners that it could possibly be enacted retroactively, right? Maybe, maybe not. We would have to decide that and then see. But with waiting for this process to do its thing, we would be able to go to Wallace and Montgomery and take their invoice and know exactly how much it is costing us to go in front of the plus, right? So is there any feeling on this? Shall we wait until we hear from Wallace and Montgomery? And then we know what the fees are and we can decide the path forward?
Yeah, if we can get an accurate reflection of what it's cost us, what we've paid Wallace Montgomery for their time and energy and staff time to give us some basis. And if our staff has been involved in this in any manner.
All right, so that will be our path forward then. We'll report after we get invoice from Wallace Montgomery.
And in this, I'm not sure that I would want to do it retroactively, but this instance, and I think I was the one that said who's paying for it. For me, it just uncovered a gap in how things are being paid for. But I certainly believe that the property owner should be paying for a zoning request if it requires the effort of going before the plus. I don't think that the city should be bearing that cost.
Well, and again, this situation is they need city representation back at the plus because their request conflicts with the future land use map. If it was equal to, and reflected the land use map, then there would be no problem.
Go ahead, Ed.
Just a question for Matt. Is there, or Glenn, is there a fee if they're just coming before us for a zoning request?
Not currently.
Not currently.
Property owner can't help what the land use map says. It's not under their control, is it? To request zoning change.
No, it's not under their control.
Couldn't charge them for it. Maybe I'm mishearing what we're saying. Are we talking about a fee for folks requesting a zoning change if we have to go before the plus?
If it conflicts with the future land use map, thereby sending us in front of the plus group. Yes, that's what we're talking about.
They can't help it if it changes the map.
Well, I think we have our path forward, and you can bring that up when we bring the fees back, and
Okay.
we either put it to rest then or continue to pursue it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Members of the public?
Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. Quick question. I'm a little bit confused. Is the city advocating before the Plus Commission for this, or?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and it's one that always confuses me as well. The idea is that only the city can change its future land use map. So if, to the extent the commissioners even want to pursue and see this through to its end and have a public hearing, we need to have the state saying, yes, you may change your future land use map, because they can't make a change in zoning unless it's consistent with the map. They could have, when the requests came in, said, we're not even interested in pursuing a change of zone.
Like, one of their questions would be, what's the city's one in this? And if the city says, yes, we want to make this change, it's taken away from you folks. It seems like you'd almost ought to, it's probably counter to their, but pass it and say, if you can get plus review approval, then you've got it. But, it sounds like you're advocating for it before you've made a decision on it, and that's not good.
Oh, it's a silly, crazy process.
It is. It is.
Yeah, and I agree, and I said last time, the process is reversed in my mind. We should agree on whether we want the change to happen and then send it to plus, but that's not how the state process works.
Right.
How can you?
All right, thank you very much. So we've got a path forward there. Our next item of new business is to introduce an ordinance to amend zoning code 270-77, expiration of special exceptions and variances by extending the expiration date for certain variances and special exceptions granted by the Board of Adjustment. I'm going to let Glenn do an introduction. This is something I fought very hard for, and it seems to be failing us, if you will. And I wanted Glenn to talk you through it and see if you agreed with the path forward to essentially withdraw this ordinance.
I'm sorry, I thought we were on the expiration of variances. Are we on?
Oh, okay.
Right? Did you want to go? Did you want to change?
No, I'm sorry. Introduce an ordinance to amend expiration of special exceptions and variances. I'm out of order.
Thank you, Mayor. So this would be a proposed change to City Code Section 270-77 and to Section 236-31. Let me read what Section 270-77 currently says, and this deals with Board of Adjustment, variances and special exceptions, and the period of time for them to expire. So it says, unless otherwise specified by the Board of Adjustment, a special exception or variance shall expire if the applicant fails to obtain a building permit or fails to change the use, as the case may be, within 6 months from the date of authorization thereof. The Board of Adjustment may grant one extension of this time period for up to 3 months based on good cause. That provision seems to work well for minor projects. A residential homeowner putting a deck on the back of their home should be able to pull a building permit within 6 months of getting the variance granted. What we're finding is with larger projects, specifically ones that need to go through site plan review, it's very difficult to get a variance to the extent the project is awarded one, get through the site plan review process, and pull a building permit within that 6-month period. So in some ways, the process that has been set up in city code is difficult, if not impossible, to achieve with larger projects. So this ordinance proposes that that section I just read be broken into 2 sections, one for projects that need to go through site plan review, and then a second section for those basic projects I just talked about, such as a deck being added to a residential home. So the new ordinance would say, under section 270-77, there'd be a subsection A that says, if a proposed use or development requires site plan approval, unless otherwise specified by the Board of Adjustment, a special exception or variance shall expire if the applicant fails to obtain a demolition permit or building permit, or fails to change the use, as the case may be, within 1 year from the date of authorization thereof. The Board of Adjustment may grant one extension of this time period for up to 3 months based on good cause. So what this would do is, for those projects going through site plan review, you have 1 year instead of 6 months from the time that the variance is granted, and the time period is not terminated so long as you pull either a building permit or a demolition permit. The current provision only provides for building permits, but for some of these large projects, you have to pull a demolition permit first to get a lot of demo work done before you move on to the building permit. The second subsection of 270-77 would be exactly as the current section reads. So then it says, if a proposed use or development does not require site plan review approval, then it's exactly as it used to be, unless otherwise specified by the Board of Adjustment, a special exception or variance shall expire if the applicant fails to obtain a demolition or building permit. I'm sorry, it's not exactly, it's demolition permits also included in this section. Fails to obtain a demolition permit or building permit, or fails to change the use, as the case may be, within 6 months from the date of authorization thereof. The Board of Adjustment may grant an extension of this time period for up to 3 months based upon good cause. So in both sections, the period does not expire if a building permit or a demolition permit is pulled. In the first case, for those projects requiring site plan review, it would be a 1-year period. And in the second case, where site plan approval is not required, it's a 6-month period. The second part of this ordinance relates to section 236-31, which is project concept review. This is for site plan review applications. Under the existing code, applicants for site plan review can choose to go through project concept review, which is supposed to be a meeting with the Planning Commission, where the Planning Commission looks at sort of conceptual ideas about what your site plan would be, and it's an opportunity to get feedback from the Planning Commission as to your conceptual proposal. So before you spend lots of time, money, and resources, you can get some feedback from the Planning Commission. That's currently the option of the applicant to go through that. This code change would require that applicants go through project concept review. So it's just changing a may to a shall. It currently says prospective applicants with projects requiring Planning Commission approval may request project concept review and discussion by the Planning Commission. The purpose of project concept review and discussion is to provide the Planning Commission with the opportunity at one or more meetings to informally review the applicant's potential development before the applicant commits substantial time and expense preparing a formal site plan for the proposed development. The only change is that the word may is changed to shall, so the first part of it would read, prospective applicants with projects requiring Planning Commission approval shall request project concept review and discussion by the Planning Commission. And those are the two, that's essentially the two things that this ordinance does.
Thank you. This expiration of variance thing came to us from the Bellhaven folks. And I think it's valid for us to approach this way. That if we do this, there's a time commitment here that we're trying to meet. And that is that to keep it from expiring, if we choose to go this way, because it's a public hearing required, because it's in the zoning code, the desire would be, if we're going forward, to, at the regular voting March meeting, to consider a resolution to go to public hearing in this matter. That public hearing would be scheduled for the April regular voting meeting. And then if we would have the public hearing, and if it was passed, then the variance does not expire and the Bellhaven is fine. So as Glenn mentioned, we're tipped off to this by the Bellhaven, but we believe it's apropos to other hotels as well. Are there any questions? I will share with you that if you recall, we tasked the Planning Commission with reviewing and making recommendations to 236-30 site plan review. They have gotten back to us. If you recall, there was a support document temporarily in the last agenda that we removed because we amended the agenda to remove that topic to allow building and licensing and city administration to review it more thoroughly. My suggestion would be to remove 236-31 from this proposed ordinance and wait and include it in our review of 236-30. Interestingly, this one change here, that one word, was not part of any of the recommendations from the Planning Commission. And so putting this and deferring it would give the Planning Commission additional time to look at it and critique it and make their recommendation known. And then I think it's also just easier to keep everything all in one bundle, if you will, that all the site plan review stuff is all in one. So that would be my recommendation. Is there any discussion on this before we go to the public?
I'm amenable to your recommendations.
Okay.
I think that makes sense.
All right, thank you. Anybody?
I
I
agree.
think one, go ahead, Bill.
I agree, yeah. I think
I think one of the
to
reasons
make it
that we got
mandatory.
to this point is that they didn't go through a concept review, so it slowed everything down. And they came and asked for a Board of Adjustments approval or variance, and then have to go back to Planning Commission. So if they had, as other larger developments previously in town had gone through the concept review, we wouldn't have been in this situation. So that's why I was the one that suggested and brought forward this change in the project concept review timing.
And I don't disagree with that, Commissioner, but I would again suggest that we defer it until we receive all those recommendations from the Planning Commission on 236-30. And then if they don't mention it, then you can feel free to bring it back up and insert it again. I would make the chair, Mike Bryan, aware of this desire so that if they choose to amend their recommendations, then they could do so.
But we've received their recommendation, but you said that we need the staff to review it now?
I would like them to see that what we're proposing that is within their domain, yes.
But to be clear, Patrick, I think what the mayor just said is the Planning Commission did not recommend the change of changing may to shall. Is that correct, Mayor?
Correct.
Did not.
Correct.
And I don't disagree with you, Commissioner Gossett. But from my understanding from the city staff is even best case scenario, that 6-month timeline for a commercial development is just not sufficient. It has to be changed to a year, whether they have gone through site plan review or not.
Anything else up here?
Or, I'm sorry, project concept
I'm
review.
sorry. Anybody else up here?
Not for me right now. I'd rather hear from the public if there's anyone who wants to speak.
Public?
Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. Question for Glenn, I guess. I agree with the concept. I think 6 months is way too short, but what gives me pause is this demolition permit. It's the drawing of the demolition permit, or it's the actual demolition?
It's just the pooling of it as it's.
Does it have to be a full demolition, or could it be a partial demolition?
Good questions. All good questions.
So, I can pull potentially a permit to demolish the carport. I don't, and I don't even have to demolish the carport.
One option I had considered that I probably should raise it here is, and I'd like to hear your feedback, is instead of being 1 year from the grant of the variance, 6 months, it would be, you have to pull a building permit within 6 months of final site plan approval. So then, site plan might take however long it takes, but it's a firm building permit, which I think is correct, that a demolition permit, there's some gray in there.
I totally agree with that, but I would add that from the issuance of the variance, you have to go to the file for the site plan review within probably less than 6 months.
Sure.
So that, you can't have 5 years in between. I think the whole reason for this is you don't want variances sitting out there that haven't been acted on. Somebody comes in 10 years later and says, oh, there was a variance issued on this property, I'm going to go forward with.
Property's changed hands 3 times, but the
Yeah,
variance
but
is still good.
I agree with that, but I think, they have so long to file for the site plan review as well.
Okay.
Any objections to making those changes?
So does everybody understand that concept? Instead of being 1 year from the grant of the variance, well, we would amend this, change this language so that it would say, from the time, so those projects requiring site plan approval, from the final site plan approval decision by the planning commission, there is a 6-month period to pull a building permit. So if you made that change, it would not matter how long site plan approval took. The planning commission could take 9 months, whatever it took to get through a full site plan review. The applicant would always have 6 months from that final site plan decision to pull the building permit. That's a little bit different than this, how it's currently written, which is 1 year from the grant of the variance. And in this case, it would be an actual building, this change I'm suggesting would be a building permit. Demolition permit would not be sufficient.
In some ways, I think it would actually be more equitable because somebody on the planning commission could thwart you by extending, knowing that, your window's coming up within 30 days, they could not show up at a meeting. I'm not suggesting they would, but, this is more definitive.
That's right, that takes that uncertainty out of it.
Thank you, Sam. Anybody else? Any other members of the public? All righty, so you have marching orders?
I'll make
on
that change, and you'll have it on the agenda for the workshop meeting for a resolution to go to public hearing.
I'm
sorry.
For the regular voting meeting.
Right. But you'll revisit it at the workshop meeting so commissioners can see the changes.
Yes.
And we're parsing this out into two, or parsing.
Right, is the
Well,
section
236-31, we're piecing that out?
Removing that until such time that we act on and discuss receiving the planning commission recommendations.
So Mayor, just one last question on that. Since this requires a public hearing, if the planning commission has already submitted a document where they did not highlight this, don't they have another opportunity at the public hearing to either reinforce what they've already said and why, or to change?
If you look, we've got 270-77 addresses the expiration, and that's where we have to adopt the resolution and go to public hearing. At the bottom of this page here is 236, does not require a public hearing.
Oh, it does not. That one paragraph does not. I got it.
Right. So, all righty, we've got our marching orders. Thank you very much.
Do we have any time frame as when this will come back on the agenda after staff review?
This what?
The 236 information.
No, the recommendations from the planning commission on site plan changes.
I expect,
planning commission is sent it to us.
the April workshop meeting, right? Yeah. All righty, with that, I'm going to use the chair's privilege and defer on discuss proposed updates to guidelines for support document program. There is a support document in there on the support document program. It should be fairly explanatory. If we have time, we'll do it at the end of this meeting. If not, we'll defer to the April workshop. With that, I want to go to the next item of new business, which is to introduce new basement topics. Number one, discuss the illegal conversion of basements which are not compliant to the IRC definition of habitable space in reference to less than or equal to 7 feet. And number two, discuss how City of Rehoboth Beach Building and Licensing Department will enforce code compliance of the basement conversions. Lawrence?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to bring up Corey Shinko, Residential Building Inspector, for the presentation, please. Can, up there? Present up there?
Yeah, would you mind starting off with a brief introduction of what we talked about last time, and then where we're headed this time?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Manager. Corey Shinko, Residential Building Inspector. This is part two of a presentation about basements here in Rehoboth, residential basements. Last time, and this will be shown in the current PowerPoint presentation today, is just a recap of two issues that I talked about last month. One is a discrepancy between our zoning codes and international building codes with respect to non-habitable basements, in particular ceiling heights. Our codes suggest that you can build a 6 foot 6 inch from the floor to the bottom of the first floor joist basement, and it will not count in floor area ratio. The building code states that a non-habitable basement may not have a ceiling height of less than 6 feet 8 inches. And it's only 2 inches, but that's a big deal when it comes to floor area ratio calculations, because the 6 foot 6 inch, you can have an entire story basically under the below grade, and that will not count. So that was really the issue that brought this whole thing to light for me to begin looking into this. And with that said, I'll try to make this brief, but hit all the points that need to be hit today. And I'll go with this PowerPoint presentation. Sure. So my objectives today is just to do a simple recap of the February 6th presentation. After that, I have 2 points to hit today, really. What is the difference between a basement and a crawl space? That's important when dealing with this issue. And then what is a habitable space versus what's a non-habitable space, and what are some of the limitations on finishings that I believe we need to codify versus continue just with policy here. And then I'll provide some recommendations to address these areas of concern. So last week, what we went over was a basement. These are kind of photos of a basement. If you've ever been in one, you'll know what it is. They're usually used for entertainment systems and bedrooms. The IRC, International Residential Code, defines a basement as a story that's not a story above grade plane. It doesn't give any ceiling heights here for these definitions of terms. However, it just states that a story is really the space between a floor and a ceiling, and that the grade plane is really the average elevation of your lawn, of your front yard, your backyard, your side yards. That's kind of the average of that level in relation to the top of where you see here the upper surface of the first floor here. So this red line represents kind of the grade plane. And basements are called a story that's not a story above grade plane. So that's really all we have to go off of. I talked about this last month, but you'll see that the definitions are fairly vague in the IRC. When we get into actual building codes, 305.1 talks about habitable space, and I'll go into that in this presentation today, but habitable space with ceiling heights, they have to have a ceiling height of not less than 7 feet. So as you can see in the image here, bedrooms, living room, kitchen, dining room, all 7 feet. There's an exception for laundry rooms and bathrooms for 6 feet 8 inches, and that's paralleled with this R305.1.1 basements, this is kind of the centerpiece of why I'm doing this presentation today. And that states that portions of basements that do not contain habitable space or hallway shall have a ceiling height of not less than 6 feet 8 inches. And our code suggests that we can build them to 6 feet 6 inches and get exclusion from the floor area ratio calculations. So I just wanted to bring this to light here in this code section, and also to state that we never amended the building code. for this ceiling height here. We did on habitable space height, which I'll go into, but we didn't amend the non-habitable basement ceiling heights. So a true basement per code is going to have at least a 7-foot ceiling height. You're going to have other things in there like emergency escape and rescue openings, smoke detectors, and some other things that I don't want to go into in this topic. It's really just that 7-foot ceiling height per IRC, minimum requirements. We have amended the building code. We did this, I believe, back in 2006 to state that habitable spaces must have a ceiling height of 8 feet, not 7 feet. So but that would be a true basement. If we had plans in, we received them, and they could have living rooms, bedrooms down there, and they could utilize that space however way they wanted to. So to recap, concern number 1 is that our city code section 27021 BC suggests that newly constructed non-habitable basements may be built to a height of 6 feet 6 inches. And our zoning code states, I'll just read the first part and the last part of it, that a basement where the vertical measurement from the basement floor to the bottom of the first floor floor joist does not exceed 6.5 feet shall not be included in gross floor area. And the basements built with these ceiling heights are prohibited based upon the 2018 International Residential Code, which I just showed. They need to be 6 foot 8 inches at least. So I have 2 recommendations here. One is more lenient and one is strict. The first option is to delete the city code 27021 BC in its entirety, as you can't have a basement that's 6 feet 6 inches without amending the building code. And what this would do is make all non-habitable basements, as they would be currently built at 6 feet 8 inches, included in the floor area ratio. That would do that would have a lot of impact on new home builds, as well as large-scale alteration projects that want to do additions. Currently, and for the last several decades, you have been able to have a 6 foot 6 inch basement, and it's not included at all in your floor area calculation. And if we were to delete this section and have these 6 foot 8 inch spaces now as non-habitable basements be included in floor area ratio, that would have significant impacts on the size of houses that are to be built. Option number 2 is to revise the zoning code and simply change the 6.5 feet here to 6 foot 8 inches. And we have put in there to measure from floor to ceiling. There is some adequate concern about the drop ceilings that I think we'd have to take into account, maybe to exclude drop ceilings, but this would be very lenient. We would basically be allowing people to have a free space of 6 foot 8 inch ceilings as non-habitable basements, and they wouldn't get that included in their floor area ratio. They could basically have all that space as storage, and they could still build to whatever they'd like to above ground. And I understand there's some concerns about storage space, and because these lots are fairly small, most of them are 50 feet by 100 feet, and so there's some considerations there. But these are two recommendations as to allow or to not allow the 6 foot 8 inches to be included in the floor area ratio calculations. The second concern is not a big one. This is really, on the flip side of having the basement floor area ratio exclusion, we give a floor area credit of 1,000 square feet. But there's a stipulation to that, and one of those stipulations is that the floor to the ceiling height, floor to the bottom of the first floor floor joist can't exceed 8 feet. So you hit a hard number at 8 foot. And I'm going to go right to the next page because I like pictures. And this shows it here. In the orange underneath there's our section 27021BB1. And this is the zoning code that gives the 1,000 square foot credit so long as you don't go over 8 feet from your floor to the bottom of the first floor floor joist. And that's what this orange section is here. But we've amended the building code in the red section here to be 102-51 to state that all habitable spaces shall be not less than 8 feet from floor to ceiling. So we're only working with a 1/2 inch, maybe to 5/8 of an inch, depending on the thickness of your drywall here shown in red. But it creates a a conundrum. You can't do both. So all we're saying here is we're recommending that we delete section 102-51 in its entirety. That would allow builders, homeowners to have the 7-foot minimum ceiling space heights for habitable spaces. If the, and again, this is all amending and touching on zoning sections, so it'll go to the public as well. This would meet minimum zoning or building codes, the 7 feet. We may not want to make it 7 feet. We may want it to be a little bit more than 7 feet. It was spoken last month that maybe 8 foot had a reason to it. All I know is right now is with the 8 foot from floor to bottom of first floor joists, and then our amendment of the building code, 8 feet from from floor to the ceiling, creates an inconsistency that we can't give 1,000 square foot credit because of this. So the recommendation, and this way, the easiest way to do it would be to delete this section in its entirety. I haven't put it here, and I apologize about that. Another recommendation or course of action would be to amend the 8 foot so that it could incorporate the thickness of the drywall of the ceiling, and people could still take advantage of that 1,000 square foot credit. This is new business for today. Concern number 3, there exists confusion between a basement and a crawl space. It's usually one of the first questions that building and licensing gets asked or gets put to them when it comes to this topic. It's not a basement, it's a crawl space, or it's not a basement, it's an underfloor space, or it's a cellar, or it's insert, a different type of word there. And in fairness to them, there's a bit of ambiguity in our zoning code and in the definitions of the building codes. What I have here is the IRC definition of crawl space, and it simply states it's an underfloor space that's not a basement. Not a whole lot to go off of there. It's kind of like it only exists if you can define what a basement is. And what we went over before, how do you define a basement? It's a story that's not a story above grade plane. So a lot of it's kind of vague, and it doesn't have hard numbers to really put to. There's more definitions that we can pull from, which actually help us in this situation. They come from Chapter 11, which deals with the energy section. And that's the crawl space wall is the opaque portion of a wall that encloses a crawl space and is partially or totally below grade. Still not a great definition, but it gives us a little bit now. It tells us it can be partially or totally below grade. It's got to be opaque, and it's that portion that encloses the crawl space, but we still don't know what a crawl space is really at this point. Some photos, I think, if you ask anyone what a crawl space looks like, this is what they'll show you. If you've ever done work in them before, this is what they usually look like in existing buildings. The newer ones, the new houses built here in Rehoboth are top-notch, and kudos to all the contractors out there in Rehoboth doing the new houses here. The crawl spaces here are very well put together. They can be conditioned, they can be encapsulated, but this is generally the look of them, and you get to them through access doors, usually on the side of a house, or you can have a hatch that pulls up in your floor, and you can access your crawl space that way. We do have a basement wall definition from the International Residential Code, and this is the one thing that gives us some kind of number to put to it. And that states that a basement wall is a wall that is 50% or more below grade and enclosing conditioned space. And I'm trying to tie this back to the 6-foot 6-inch basements that we have been seeing in Rehoboth. 9.9 times out of 10, 10 out of 10 times, what I'll see down there is it's part of the conditioned space. There's HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning going in these spaces, so you can say it's a conditioned space. You have access to it through a door that you walk down with the stairs from the first floor. And what this picture shows is you have your finished grade here. Your basement wall is more than 50% below grade. You have your insulation here that kind of shows that it's a conditioned basement. And so we can go off at 50% here. I have questions at the end, if you don't mind. I'll try to get through this. There's only a couple more slides here. the question becomes, can a person build a 6-foot 6-inch crawl space that's less than 50% below grade? Because the way that the basement wall says is that it has to be 50% or more. The answer, pretty easily that we could say, is no. Our zoning code makes it impossible to build a crawl space that's 6 feet or more feet in height. And that comes from we have an elevation in our code set that the top of wall elevations can't be more than 3 feet from center line of road. I need to show pictures here so that you can kind of see what I'm talking about. This is the worst case scenario. We never see houses like this because in no situation in Rehoboth is a house built and the front yard or the backyard, as shown kind of here and as the grade here, is exactly level with the center line of road. These houses are usually built up a bit to allow for drainage of water so that you don't have water seeping into the foundation walls. That's part of building codes as well. So this is kind of what we usually see. So to use this as a typical example, this is in question, it could be the 6-foot 6-inch space or 6-foot 5-inch space. And based off of just the definitions that we have, you have the center line of road as the blue line here, and the grade plane, which is the average height of your front and backyards, a little bit above center line of road. That's just to allow for drainage of water. This is what we usually see. The maximum you can build is 3 feet above center line of road, which is right here, and that's where the top of wall would sit, and now you'd have your sill plate and your floor joist, whatnot, on top of that. And that's about as height that you could build here. In this case, you can see here, if this is 6 foot 6 inches, they'd have well over half below grade. This would be a conditioned space, and therefore, based off of at least these definitions, we've got an argument here that this is a basement, not a crawl space. It's also more clearly put out in our zoning code that it's the second word in the zoning code, 270-21 BC 1, I think it is, that it's a basement that has a ceiling height of 6 feet 6 inches. So clearly in our zoning code as well, for the exclusion of the floor area ratio, we call it a basement. So that's what I believe it was intended to be, this space, not to have 6 foot 6 inches, 6 foot 6 inch crawl spaces. But I do believe we should have a definition for what a crawl space is that would help cut out a lot of the ambiguity. So our recommendation for this is that we clarify crawl space in the zoning code definitions, 270-4, to avoid future confusion and to distinguish it from a basement. What I have here is a recommendation, and it's absolutely open to debate and to change for dialogue with the public, is that an underfloor space that is not a basement, which has a vertical measurement not more than 48 inches, measured from the constructed or natural floor to the underside of the floor joist of the floor above. 48 inches was kind of chosen here as that is the number used as a cripple wall that helps with foundations. There's a section in IRC that states once a cripple wall is more than 48 inches, it must become the height of the story that it is part of. So that's really the only number that I could pull from anywhere in the IRC that wouldn't simply be seen as arbitrary. This is a definition of a crawl space that I think could work. Again, I'm hopeful that it's open to dialogue. We may want there to be 5 feet or maybe 3.5 feet. But some kind of definition for crawl space is needed, because if not, we will have continued arguments and debates with contractors or architects or engineers on what these spaces are with not a whole lot of literature to go off of. And then it's kind of our word against yours, or our policy against what the code says. And if we can craft an ordinance for a definition of crawl space that somewhat resembles this, and maybe the 48 inches changes, that would be a very needed addition for the definition of a crawl space. The last concern here is a big one, because it doesn't just touch on floor area ratio concerns. And this is that there's no written aesthetic difference between habitable basements and non-habitable basements. All the code says, the residential code, is that non-habitable basements have to have a ceiling height of 6 feet 8 inches, and habitable basements have to have a ceiling height of 7 inches. It doesn't say what's allowed down there. You're not allowed to put bedrooms down there, but when it comes to living rooms, dens, family rooms, any other types of spaces that's not a bedroom, there's nothing to go off of there. So what building and licensing is doing now, and what we have been doing for the past several months is to have the non-habitable basements not be finished. And this was something I believe that the prior, a few iterations ago, residential building inspector Steve Kordick would put in his plan reviews, and when he went out to do final inspections, I've had to go through and review some of his blueprints that he reviewed, that he approved. And he allowed for certain things, and I'll touch on that in a slide or two, but the main part was that these non-habitable spaces shall be unfinished, and this was to act as a deterrent for these spaces to easily be turned into rentable living spaces in the future. And this next slide shows what's a finished basement. And this essentially is what a lot of 6 foot 6 inch basements, I don't want to say a lot, I won't put an exact number to it because I don't know the exact number, but these types of finishes is what will happen if it's left unchecked. LVL, tile, finished flooring, any type of that, base mold, crown molding, shoe molding, recessed lighting, and Ethernet, cable, TV hookups. Everything's already put in there because nowhere in the code does it state that you can't do that with non-habitable basements, nor does it say that you can't do that in crawl spaces. So again, there's not much literature to fall back on. So what we've had to do in building and licensing is kind of crack down, come down hard on these new builds that the floors and walls shall not be finished. So the concern here is that once a non-habitable space is allowed to have finished recessed lighting, TV hookups, finished flooring, and drywall installed on the walls, it is a finished space. Finishing is usually the term used after rough-in. So after you get the house roughed, you have your framing inspection, your electrical, your mechanical, plumbing. After all that is done, then the house can be closed in and moved to finish phase. That's where you conceal everything with finishing material. And what this does is it encourages homeowners and/or renters to utilize this non-habitable space as living or family rooms, office spaces, exercise space, and even sleeping space. That's missing the intent of non-habitable spaces. The true intent is that these spaces are to be used for storage, mechanical utility equipment, beams, girders, ducts, and that's about it. And it spells out what is not habitable space in the IRC, and that's exactly what this is here, what this reads. Without the clarity on habitable versus non-habitable spaces and finishes versus unfinished spaces, there's confusion that still exists. And it's the building and licensing policy against what the code says, and what the code says is it doesn't say anything on these spaces. So it's our policy right now that's holding this up. What our recommendation is to clarify the aesthetic differences between the finished and unfinished spaces. So what we have now, and there's some obviously room for debate here, and I hope that we have it, is that any basement that does not meet minimum 2018 IRC requirements for habitable space, that's 7 foot floor to ceiling, shall not be allowed to have interior floor or wall finishes. We call out the floor finishes as include but not limited to carpet, hardwood, tile, LVL, or other finished flooring. We do allow protective epoxy coatings. They are permitted. Wall finishes include but are not limited to drywall, tile, paneling, plaster, or other interior wall finish. Anything that's going to close off seeing the studs and/or the insulation. Finished trim material shall be prohibited. And nowadays too, it's fairly common. We have to call this out. Cable and/or Ethernet services shall be prohibited. Spaces shall only have the minimal electrical services as required by code, but these spaces may be conditioned. I added this section in here as a point of thought that portions of non-habitable basements intended solely for mechanical equipment half or full bathrooms or laundry spaces may have drywall installed on the walls, may be finished in that sense. And that is, that comes from concerns I've heard out in the public, as well as for vibrations and noises that sometimes these spaces can make, and that if you have a wall finish on it, it can help shield those noises if you've got a different type of equipment down there. So just a recap of these, the first and big one, this is the biggest concern right now because it's holding up plan review for all residential new builds currently, is that our city code suggests that newly constructed non-habitable basements may be built to a height of 6 feet 6 inches. This does not give them permission to, it simply suggests that. So we should either delete or revise City Code Section 270-21BC to either allow the 6 foot 8 inch spaces to be still excluded from floor area ratio, or to delete that section, have non-habitable basements be built at 6 foot 8 inches, but then they're going to get calculated in the floor area ratio, and that would throw off a lot of houses. And I can't currently pass any building codes right now unless I deny the 6 foot 6 inch Rehoboth basements. Then I'll allow in the 6 foot 8 inches, but because we haven't amended any zoning codes yet, they're going to get hit with floor area ratio, and the whole plan set will get kicked back because they will be in a very large number over their floor area ratio cap. And so I'm at a standstill right now in plan review. This is why I'm here again today to stress this, because if we don't get this taken care of sooner rather than later, these new home builds are in a state of kind of limbo. They don't know what to do, and I can't give them a good answer other than I can't accept 6 foot 6 inch basements because they're not permitted per code. And the exclusion that you'd like to take doesn't factor in because you now have to build a 6 foot 8 inch basement. Number two has to be solved very quickly as well, because I can't even kick them over to say, hey, get the 1,000 square foot basement credit, because now they have to build an 8 foot tall ceiling height, floor to ceiling, but they can only get that credit if they don't go past 8 feet floor to bottom of first floor floor joists. And they need that drywall on the ceiling for the fire protection of floors. So they can't take advantage of that credit either. So they're in a real tough spot. So those are the two that if I could press to have corrected sooner, those are the two. Number three, there exists confusion between a basement and crawl space. I think we really need to clarify a crawl space in our zoning code definitions to avoid confusion and to distinguish it from a basement. And then there is also no written aesthetic difference for habitable basement versus non-habitable basements and finished versus unfinished spaces. We need to clarify these aesthetic differences between finished and unfinished spaces as they relate to habitable versus non-habitable. And that will give us in the future the literature to use at our disposal when it comes to enforcement. Because right now it's resting off of B&L policy, and that's what I have here. Now I can take questions.
Thank you, Corey. You put a lot of effort into this, and we appreciate your presentation, including the illustrations. I think they're very helpful. Your slide number 13, can you go to that real quick? Right there, it makes mention of that it can have, this is a crawl space, can have an exposed dirt floor. The last house that I built an addition on, which is not in town, I had a concrete floor in the crawl space. So
I appreciate you bringing that up. How I put this definition for the crawl space here is that it would be an underfloor space that is not a basement, which has this vertical measurement measured from either the constructed or natural floor to the underside of the first floor joist of the floor above. So that allows for either your natural floor or a poured floor. That's really what that is there. I use the word constructed so that it would encompass anything that's not natural.
I appreciate that. It's just that the slide on 13 shows that it's an exposed dirt floor, and I don't want somebody to see it and think that concrete's excluded, that's all.
You're correct. I should have put in there, put on this image that this would be exposed dirt or concrete or other constructed floor.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bennett.
So thank you for the presentation. I agree we need to define the crawl space and basements. My concern is, you mentioned a couple of times that there's some builds being held up.
Correct.
And I don't think that's right. I think if people have started the process under the fact that we've had a blind eye to these 6 basements before, I think going forward, if we define this and we agree with your recommendations, I think that's our starting point. But I think people now that have invested and are starting to build, are you telling me they're in limbo?
I'm going to have legal here mention this. I went off of the advice of counsel here on that particular question. We had a pending ordinance that was brought before, and that's what I was basing the plan reviews, whether I would allow them or not allow them.
Right, I understand that. I guess I've looked at many houses, as all of us have in town. Probably the majority of the 6 basements are habitable. People are using them. I've seen new houses being built like that, where they're totally finished just recently. So I'm just concerned that we have people that have either started plans, and this isn't your fault, but that we've started plans and they're starting to build, and all of a sudden we change the rules midstream. I don't mind us changing the rules, but I think we need to be definitive about when they are, and not just arbitrarily say, oh, wait a minute, 6.6 needs to go to 6.8, and then you can't finish it, but even though I looked at houses that the builder showed me where it was finished. So that's my concern of this overall, is that I think we're doing a disservice to the people that have decided to build and invest in town. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Well, how many do we have held up?
Currently, I have 2.
2, okay.
So so the commissioners are all aware, I think that when this first came up, there were a couple in the pipe that you did go ahead and issue at 6'6". And so the ones that were in the pipe got issued at 6'6". But to be clear, 6'6" has never actually been legal in our code. It's a practice that happened for many years, but now when these guys discovered it and said as a matter of life safety, as building officials, they don't feel comfortable stamping those plans anymore. That's why they brought it to you. They let the ones that were in the pipe go through, and the new ones, the 2 new ones, are sitting and waiting on a decision here.
So how are you defining in the pipe?
If they were actively in his hands, in his desk when he raised this, they
Take it off of the intake date stamped at our front office for plan submittal.
I got that. I'm just trying to understand if in good faith, someone has presented a plan that, let's say, a particular builder had built a home 3 years ago and was allowed and got permits, et cetera, comes forward with another one.
exactly the same.
Exactly the same. In good faith, seems like to me that problem belongs to the city, not to the builder.
Well, I mean,
How would the builder know that we're looking at inconsistencies that we've had over time? So I guess I'm just trying to understand what else could the 2 that are in, I consider them in the pipeline, what else could they have done other than submit the plans that they currently submitted? They don't have knowledge of what we're talking about necessarily. Am I off base here?
You said it more clear than myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I was just trying to digest what you were just talking about.
And so I follow all that, Commissioner. The one thing I would point out is that there's a line of cases that say illegally issued building permits. Building permits that were issued incorrectly in the past do not therefore require that the city continue to issue those sorts of permits for constructions that are not consistent with current code. So the fact that those permits were issued before does not create a obligation on the city to issue additional permits that are inconsistent with code. I'm sympathetic to the issue for sure, because there's builders who have built plans that have been approved previously, and those same exact plans would be denied today without any code having changed.
Right.
But that's what our code says, right? It says 6.6.
No. There's a section of code. Corey, can you bring it up? There's a section of code that's been, that's
yes.
been it sort of suggests that you can build at 6.6, but it never actually says you can build at 6.6. The way it is inserted in code is, it basically says, if you build a basement no higher than 6.6, then that space that's at 6.6, right, doesn't count. But when you actually look at the building requirements, 6.6 is a not legal, non-habitable basement. You have to be 6.8.
Now, you're referring to IRC, correct, Ron?
IRC.
right? That's 6.8.
Right.
If I may, Commissioner Sharp, you're correct. This is kind of being, this hasn't been advertised other than kind of word of mouth by myself and other members of the Building and Licensing Department that there could possibly be a change coming. What makes this a difficult issue to solve is that when I do plan review, I go through all, not just including zoning, but all building reviews. Everything has to be checked off to the T, to the code. And I call out anything that's not code compliant, except for this one thing. I know that these are basements. I know that they're being built to a ceiling height of 6 feet 6 inches. I go and look in the building code, that's not allowed. I go to check our zoning code, chapter 102, to see if we've made an amendment to the building code, which we haven't done. And it leaves us in a precarious position to turn a blind eye because of the historical approval of the buildings, but knowing full well right now that I'm holding everyone's feet to the fire for 999 things on the building code review, but this one they get a pass on. So we had discussions about this because I wasn't quite sure what to do when this problem happened, because this would cause a lot of issues. It wasn't like something small, like, oh, that, you know, they need a pipe fitting of this, or they need to have this type of issue worked out with, it doesn't, you know, their water heaters or something. This would fundamentally change how the floor area ratio was calculated, even though it's only 2 inches, and it would have tremendous effects on all residential, not just new builds, but additions as well, anyone that had a basement. So I would go by the advice of the city solicitor and all you commissioners as to if the city feels that we should continue to approve these, I would just like some type of either a pending ordinance or something that would protect my professional position as the building residential plans examiner, that when I approve these plans and I stamp off on them, that I do this knowing that the city knows as well that these spaces at 6.6 are not code compliant, and I'm approving them anyways. I would like to have some kind of literature to back that off, back my signature and stamp on.
Well, I completely appreciate your devotion to integrity.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the way I listen to that. However, city solicitor, I guess I'm wondering how to balance that with the right thing to do. And help me, Commissioner Bennett, if you think I'm speaking out of turn or not.
No, I totally agree. I think in the case of, and I don't know how many houses it was, but I think in the case of the two that have in good faith, as you had said, maybe had a builder design something that was 6 months ago okay, that isn't now. I think we have to, I would be in favor of letting those go, but getting it out there from this point forward, because it is ambiguous, but from this point forward, after we've defined the definitions and recommendations you've gone through, if we accept them, then I think it's a lot cleaner, and it takes you out of the game of trying to balance between builder and developer and owner and all the other things. So I understand that. I just think for the ones that have been in the pipeline, that we should just handle those as we've done in the past.
And
I
I
think
want to
it's
be
my
clear, I haven't taken a position on this at all. I'm asking questions to try to get to what is the right thing to do, balanced with you want to be protected and your integrity is critically important.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to hear more from what other commissioners think.
Can I ask a question? So right now, assuming we make the change to 6.8, and there are a number of 6.6. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, assuming that we go to we approve 6.8, and there are X number of currently existing 6.6 basements, right? They become non-code compliant, but they're okay, but they're acceptable. I mean, that's basically the issue, right? I mean, they're going to, as we move forward,
I feel like we would treat them as existing legal non-conforming
right,
structures.
that's what I meant, yeah, existing legal non-conforming.
Correct.
Right. Now, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, what we're not talking about, I assume, is our concern about when you talk about finishes and non-finishes and all that kind of stuff. That in no way prevents anybody from changing that, right? I mean,
Just talking about the ceiling heights, you're correct. Yeah, it makes
yeah.
no mention on finishes in habitable versus non-habitable spaces.
right, but I'm just saying, assuming what I believe most of us have concerns about is the fact that people go ahead and make them habitable, meaning they inhabit them, without, and getting the benefit, I assume, of the credit, and no one's the wiser, because how are you going to know that people did that? You know what I mean? So I'm looking at this also in terms of how are we incentivizing or de-incentivizing. I mean, the whole notion, if in order for you to get the $1,000 square foot credit, you can build a bigger house. So you've got the benefit, right? I mean, I think you have. I mean, you get the benefit of storage, actual benefit of storage space, but some people probably think that that's not enough, and I want to be able to cram more, space for my whatever, including people's staying down there and that kind of stuff. But I mean, if they didn't have that, if we denied that, then people could build a bigger basement and pay for it, basically, and then scale their house back. Depends about how big of a man cave do you want versus how many bedrooms do you want, So I'm just trying to kind of figure all that in. But I mean, I think to me the no-brainer is you got to change the 6.8 to 6.8. I mean, that's just got to happen, right? But then I think beyond that, all this other stuff that you're introducing, I mean, I think it's like ripe for discussion. Okay, so.
Well, I'm complete in agreement with your recommendations, Corey, and moving them as quickly along as we can. When we talk about the sort of the fairness of these two individuals, I think we're all assuming that they're angry at us that we're holding them up. Quite frankly, they may be happy that we might be going from 6.6 to 6.8 and waiting for that to happen. So I wouldn't just assume that they feel like they're not being treated fairly. And I'm assuming that since you notified us of this problem 3 weeks, a month ago, there's only been 2 applications since then?
There had been 4 total, but based off of discussions prior to last month's meeting, those 2 had come in prior to the, I believe it was the pending ordinance that was shown at this workshop. And so that's the route that we took, was that those 2 houses that had intakes dates on them prior to the February 6th workshop would be allowed to go through, and anything after that would need to have the 6 foot 8 inch. I don't believe anything was, the ordinance was not passed, and also it creates a situation because as you can see in this slide here, we can make it 6 foot 8 inches, but then we have to modify whether or not that's included or excluded in the floor area ratio. And that's a big zoning change, and that would require a 30-day public notice and then debate on that, and that could drag on. So I'm not sure exactly how to fix this currently, other than if we could get something as a city to state until something is passed, 6 foot 6 will be allowed. I would feel comfortable stamping plans if I had something from the city to back my seal, if you will, an approval from the B&L department to build these spaces. And that could carry us through until these ordinances were actually codified and went through the public debate process.
I would like to, so going from 6.6 to 6.8 does have a financial impact on the people building. It could be $100,000 in some cases. I had heard from one person talking about going the 2 inches in terms of redesigning everything.
Brian, if you want to, no, start over again. State your name.
Yes. I had a constituent call me and ask me about it, that they would have to raise everything, the 2 inches in all their designs and plans. I'm not a builder, so I don't know, but I do know that they said there was a cost to change the plans.
Brian, identify yourself and that you're a builder in town.
Barry, 217 Stokely Street. I build, 3 to 4 houses a year in town. That's completely incorrect, because you always pour a 7-foot wall and a 6 foot 6 basement, so it's just a matter of how you're going to adjust the height of the dirt that you're going to pour on. So the wall is always 7 feet. It's just how you're going to put your basement floor in. So there is no cost difference in changing it in 2 inches. Actually, there's probably a little cost savings because you have less dirt or stone as your base for the basement floor itself.
So on the design?
On the design, no, not at all.
Okay, well then I'll go back and ask them, because we had quite a discussion about it, so
Yeah, there's no cost difference, as I said. You're using a 7-foot form, or you're going to use an 8-foot form. So, yeah.
Would you mind if we went to the public while we're at the public? Anything else, Brian?
Just a couple comments. As Corey was talking about, if you go to 6.8 of taking the 1,000 square feet and trying to adopt it, I mean, keep in mind, guys, you do that. I mean, in 15, we tried to get the houses back to 3,000 square feet with, 50% total lot coverage. All of a sudden, you're going to have people go to 3,500 feet, from 3 to 3,500 nonstop, because they're going to use the 1,000 in the basement, they're going to use 15 on the first floor, and they're going to use another 500 upstairs. So you're kind of changing the dynamics, but you're still adding more bedrooms. If you think of it along those lines, you're adding another 500 square feet to the house, which is going to be in the basement. And what are they going to do with that? It's not like they're going to have their living space down there. The only other comment I would say about what Corey was saying is people finishing. To me, it's sort of a not a code compliant on their end. It's people who are going back and finishing these spaces when they're not supposed to finish it. So do you have more code officers to check as much construction that's going on to make sure the permits are there, code enforcement individuals? Because that's what I see. I mean, Corey's inspected tons of my houses. I would say in the last 2 years, I've put finishings in 2 basements, and basically they're storage spaces. They want them finished, they want wine storage, they want, clothing storage. Some people just don't have enough closets, so we'll have, just basically closets down there where people are using for clothing. But I do see in a lot of pictures in the rental department and the office that I work in, people are just going in after the fact and finishing these things. So I don't know how you stop that if you're going to, penalize somebody who's actually doing what you're supposed to do, because based by the code and based on habitable space, you can finish that space if it's going to be storage, wine storage, what have you. I mean, habitable space is considered, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, if it was a wine storage area, or if it was a clothing storage area, that's permitted under
That's
uninhabitable
correct.
space. Yeah. So the only thing I want to comment on is that 1,000 square feet is a real slippery slope. You're changing every dynamic of design in the city, and you're actually increasing parking, and then you're increasing bedrooms because you're adding 500 square feet, which gives you another 2 bedrooms.
Thank you, Brian. Carolyn, you want to come up?
Can I just ask for a clarification? Brian, you said habitable space, but you mean inhabitable space or uninhabitable, correct?
Habitable space is designed, habitable space is designed where you're eating, sleeping, living, lounging, so on and so forth. You know, I have a lot of clients, obviously, with the cost of a new house in town starting at $3 million now, that have art, clothes, wine, things like that. That's what they put in their basement. I've only done one where somebody had, big wine storage, but the rest has all been like clothing. They're not using it to put couches and things like that because they have enough space upstairs.
Right. But you're specifically talking about things that are 6'6", that are inhabitable, even though they're finished for storage and stuff like that, correct?
Correct. You would still call them uninhabitable. But correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, when you guys were looking at before when you could do all that storage, you guys were actually declining areas that looked like bedrooms that were a bunch of rooms quartered off, correct?
That's correct. And then we, several months ago, really started to crack down on no finishing at all down in these non-habitable 6'6" spaces. And that was to prevent the illegal conversion of these spaces into being used as habitable spaces. Because once you have the drywall on the walls, it's really easy to get your trim and you're bringing furniture in, you might as well, it could go on any floor. But the drywall they're 4 feet by 8 feet. They weigh a lot, and it takes a lot to get all that drywall delivered to the house. One of the other things I've been doing recently is taking pictures of all of the 6'6" basements at final inspection. So then we can go back and see how they looked at time of final versus 6 months, a year down the road when we see them on maybe a website that's, advertising for rental space. And then to go back with the rentals, there are certain people, and Brian's right, that are homeowners here that live here full time that want to use these spaces. Other houses are used as short-term rentals. That is their main function. They do short-term rentals, and the people who come in to rent these places out for a week or so, they don't know any of these, and they shouldn't, because they're just coming here for a vacation. And if these spaces are ill-equipped for living space, and they have the short ceiling heights, you can get into problems where they'll put the children down there because they're short, and you can have pull-out couches, and we're in a risk state of affairs with that.
So
happening.
Corey, are you tying that to they don't have a valid rental license either?
No, so all, Commissioner, what we put now on the certificate of occupancy is that the basement shall not be used as habitable space. And recently, in the past 6 to 8 months, I would say, we've stopped allowing these portions of the basements to be finished. But as far as them doing that right now, there is no code section that states that they can't finish these spaces. It's a department policy.
I'm with you, but what I'm trying to get at is if you're renting a basement space, wouldn't that be caught during the issuance of a rental license?
You're correct. The rental license usually has the number of bedrooms associated on that rental license, and the number of bedrooms has to correspond with how many bedrooms are actually in the house.
So what I'm trying to connect it to is then, in the case you just used as the example, is that a rental that's going on without a rental license? It would have to be.
They would be able to get a rental license.
Yeah.
They may get a 5-bedroom, 5-bath rental license, but they go in 2 months later and finish off the bedrooms. So they still have a 5-bedroom, 5.5-bath rental license, but then they're just adding these after the fact. And that's kind of my question to you, Corey. Like the ones you found that were, that you've taken these pictures off of the websites, are they doing this after the CO? Is that how they're doing them?
The ones that we have found are already completed, finalized, CO'd houses that have a rental license. Correct.
What I'm asking is the conversion of making them into bedrooms, like, are any walls being added after the fact to incorporate that?
I'd have to go back and look. I want to say yes, but I would need proof to back that up with. But that is my inclination, yes.
That they're coming in after the fact, and gotcha.
Correct. And making what are supposed to be used for storage, utility, mechanical spaces, now full out. I have a picture here that I want to bring up. This is what we are forcing everyone to do right now with these spaces. It needs to look like that at final. You could perhaps have some insulation on the exterior walls, which you need, but this is about it. You'd have some insulation in the floorboards up here in your drywall for your fire protection of floors. Other than that, this is what it looks like.
What about shelving for storage and stuff like that?
So the shelving, you can put shelves up. You can have, you can put some shelves up. That's fine. But what we don't want to see is this. This is very different.
So Corey, between slide 22, which is the studs,
The
right?
unfinished.
And slide 23, which is what we have all over town, what's here in the middle to prevent this becoming this? Is that a stupid question?
No, Commissioner, it's not.
I know,
It
and
is.
that's what I'm trying to get at, is if it's happening all the time, then obviously we all know it. What is the solution between here and here?
What I'm recommending that we do is if they want to finish the space, that is to not have it look like this, but to close this off and to put stuff on top of the concrete, whatever finishing that you want, and to make this look like this, you have to have habitable space. And if you don't have habitable space, I'll bring it right back down here. My recommendation is that we clarify the aesthetic differences by stating that any basement that does not meet habitable space shall not be allowed to have interior floor and wall finishes.
Corey, I realize what's on paper, but in order to get from here to here, all I had to do was get this approved, and I got my CO for my home, right?
Yes.
And I don't have to ask the city any more questions if I don't want to, right? To get to here. If I just want to contract with somebody, and somebody help me here, because I'm thinking that all you have to do is contract with someone, pay them, and this can happen at any time.
But it would be illegal.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Technically, you would need a
Okay.
building permit for that.
I'm going to have to ask very bluntly, take logic out of this for the moment, because I realize what it says on paper. I realize what it says is illegal. It has not stopped this from happening. So I'm flummoxed, I'll use that word again, as to what the real solution is.
Code enforcement, yeah.
Well, it's code
And
enforcement.
you'd have to
I mean,
take
there's
away
other
the
options.
1,000, you'd have to take away the
That's a big
1,000
one.
credit, otherwise we're going to get bigger houses.
But you've already
Yeah.
built the house.
Yes.
This
The
is,
extra bedrooms, you made the bedroom.
Can we finish up with the members of the public? They're antsy. Carolyn first and then Sam. A good kind of antsy.
Yeah, Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. The only thing I was going to say is Tim was asking about how it can cost money. If you raise it to 6.8 and that becomes 1,000 square feet that counts, or that space then counts, and they already have done plans that maximized their FAR, they've got to go back to their architect or whoever did the drawings and do modifications to then remove that extra space somewhere. That's going to cost them. And people don't just do that, you know, you have lots of people who probably have plans in the works that they're working with architects right now on drawings that are going under old rules that all of a sudden they're going to have to make changes. So that's where it's going to cost them. Thanks.
Thank you, Carolyn. Sam?
Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. I don't know. I'm very confused by this whole thing, but I totally agree with Commissioner Sharp. And to me, that giving the extra 2 inches is just encouraging it to happen more. But I don't understand why within the codes that we can't have a 6-foot 6-inch crawl space. I've looked at them and I couldn't print them out because I'm not willing to pay for a subscription to IRC codes. And I tried to print it and they said very politely, upgrade your membership or whatever and you can then print. But I don't see the difference. I mean, to me, it's a matter of semantics. I mean, if we said a 6-foot, if you're the area under your house, we don't even have to use the term. If we use the term, the area between the bottom of the first floor floor joist and the next floor or hard surface or down is less than 6 feet 6, it doesn't count in far. We don't even have to use the terms. And quite frankly, I'd make it 6'4" at this point, but I don't, I don't see within the codes that you can't have a crawl space that's any height limit. And we come back to what Commissioner Sharp is saying. I mean, there's documented cases over and over of illegal conversion of attic spaces, basement spaces, and if you think you're going to enforce it by inspections, good luck to you.
Thank you. I'll put it as we definitely have a disparity between crawl space and basement. Right now, we can say 6'6" is a basement because that's exactly what our zoning code says. A basement having a floor to bottom of, having a vertical measurement of 6'6" should not be included in FAR. So we're calling it a basement there. But you're absolutely correct. There's no real definition for crawl space, but in the residential code, they call out these 2 spaces having these 2 terms, basement and then a crawl space as an underfloor space that is not a basement. So there is a definition in the residential code for that. It doesn't say what it is. I would take it a step further and say anything that's less than 6'8" could be considered a crawl space because the residential code states that a non-habitable basement have a ceiling height of not less than 6'8". Anything below that, it's a crawl space. Yes, sir, yeah. But that's if we, as the municipality, have the power to do something. If we want to invite 6'7" and 7/8 inch crawl spaces, we can do that. I put a definition out here as a recommendation that we cap it at 4 feet to have it stay as a crawl space and not a very, very large crawl space that could invite more problems. But this is former Mayor Cooper's not wrong. This is right as far as code goes right now. Unless we actually make an amendment to the building code, or we change or we put in a zoning code definition for a crawl space versus a basement. Right now, you can have a 6'8" basement and a 6'7"3/4" inch crawl space. We just have that 6'6" inch floor area ratio exclusion. So anyone and everyone will just now build a 6'6" inch called a crawl space, chalk it up, and continue on with the illegal conversions of them. That's the problem if we go that route, because you're just going to build the exact same space and call it a crawl space, and then we have no resolution for it. We'll do all this work for the basements, but then you just don't call it a basement. You build it a little bit less, call it a crawl space, and there's the problem hasn't changed at all. So, and then the problem with enforcement is if they, Commissioner Sharp, they get their C of O, they're by the book, then on a weekend when no one's in town, during the nighttime, they come in and they finish the space off. Yes, it's illegal, but how do we catch it? We don't unless happen chance we find it online somewhere or someone calls in and makes a complaint. Other than that, it's really hard to catch this stuff, and it'll continue to exist. The only other option I see as far as enforcement goes is if we take a heavier-handed approach and physically start going in and doing rental inspections in person every year for all houses that have rental inspections. I don't think we have the capacity for that right now with the personnel we have, but that's the only other thing I could think to see. And even then, you just pull out the bedroom out of the one section there. So it's not a bedroom, I don't need my window well in there. And then the rental inspector goes away, and then you just bring the bed back in. It's a tricky situation, which is why the only thing I've been able to come up with so far in my position is to not allow these spaces to have any finishing on them, so that at least they'd have to go through the trouble of trying to bring in all this drywall and all this flooring, which they would have to get a permit for anyways. So they're rolling the dice, and we can catch them on 2 counts, not just 1.
Well, I guess I'd like to get something moving, and I would prioritize correction of the code discrepancies first. I think that we can pursue that as a first step. Second step is how to address what I call how to prevent the illegal conversion of basements into what people think are habitable spaces but are not habitable spaces. And that's a big challenge either way. I look at going from, Commissioner Sharp going from the rough basement that he showed to the finished basement. It just happens, and because we don't have eyes on it all the time, right? And without inspections or going there, and the inspections would have to be frequent because you go in there one year and then the next year something poof is done. So inspections are not necessarily the answer to it, but that's to get from the rough to the finished. I don't agree with all your criteria there for exclusions or something, because I know a lot of people want nice storage spaces and everything. Yeah. So that's debatable at some point in the future, I guess. But even if you do that, why isn't the same thing going to happen that happens for the conversion from rough space into finished space? If we don't have eyes down there, we still restrict this stuff, but we don't have eyes down there, we know darn well what's going to happen. There's going to be illegal conversion. They're going to violate the laws there and illegally convert it into basement spaces that they think are habitable but aren't habitable. So I don't know the solution to this thing. I had thought before, well, inspections would be the way to resolve this. What if we do inspection every 2 years, Well, then I get to thinking, well, for $10,000, I'm going to I know you're going to come inspect. I'm going to go put my basement furniture in storage until after you inspect, and then I'm going to bring it back again because you know what? That basement can realize me an extra $50,000 in rental costs. So I don't know the solution for these, but go ahead. Give us the solution, though.
No, I think that, this was, I think my recollections of the original code says, a basement that was uninhabitable, unfinished, was excluded. Well, it didn't work because people converted them. So the idea was to bring the height down enough so that it was impractical well, first of all, it was illegal under the code, so that you were not only violating the zoning code, but you're violating the building code. But so maybe 6'6" is too high. I don't know. But to make it, truly storage and, make it very uncomfortable to live in.
6'4", what's your height?
6'2".
6'2". So 6'4", he would be pleased with 6'4". No, I get you. Seriously, thank you.
Mayor, we had talked about more of a hard line approach to it, and basically putting in a no-fly zone between 4 feet and 7 feet. Cap a crawl space at 4 feet, and basements shall have a ceiling height of no less than 7 foot in the city of Rehoboth. No non-habitable basements, no 6 foot whatever crawl spaces. That would kind of effectively kill off any ability to even build these spaces. If you wanted a crawl space, you'd put in a true crawl space, 4 feet, maybe a little less or more. And if you wanted an actual basement to use, you'd build a basement.
Well,
that's the hardest approach that we come up with on that side.
With that. I do know some people that do have unfinished basements, and again, they like them finished off a little bit, but they're only for storage. Wine rooms, have the ones I've built have had drywall interiors and other interiors. So excluding drywall, I don't agree with 100%. The laundry rooms, I agree with. So I wouldn't go for less in height to exclude use of the room as a laundry room. Or for storage, or for closets, or for these things. That's why I would object to some of those things, but I see your point and the reason, rationale. Commissioner Gossett.
Just a question, Corey, to me, one of the key issues here is the 1,000 square foot bonus. In your experience, have you had any other municipalities that have such a bonus that, depending on how high the ceiling is or whatever, but just this floor to area ratio gives you a 1,000 square foot bonus? Because you're going to just displace things, are you not?
Yes, what Brian brought up was correct too. It throws off the living space in the house. So without the credit, all of the floor space really comes above ground. And then you have this small little 6'6" space we call basement here, and then that doesn't count. But to take this credit in, and I'm not going to include pools in here because that throws the numbers off, but let's say there's no pools, you'll net a total of an extra 500 square feet. You can build a 3,500 square foot house. Whereas if you don't take advantage of the credit, you can only build 3,000. So you'll put, what Brian said there, was an extra 2 bedrooms in the house. The catch is that most of that's going to be under the floor now, below grade. So you'll have a smaller house up top, but you'll have a big space underneath. You'll get 1,000 square feet underneath and 2,500 up top above grade, versus nothing underneath and 3,000 above grade. So you can have a larger first and second floor. I don't know of any other municipalities that give away a credit like that, to your first point. And to your second point, we would be inviting 2 extra bedrooms minimum with the credit, depending on the size of the bedrooms that they put in.
And those extra bedrooms really translate into more parking requirements, more sewer and water needs, fire protection?
No, all our water and sewer takes one parcel, regardless of how many dwelling units are on it, as one consuming unit. So that's 1 meter, one sewer lateral, and 1 water meter. That would have more of a load on our wastewater, absolutely, for the waste drainage. But as far as the parking spots goes, there would be no inclusion there. It's just 2 off-street parking per dwelling.
Right, but I mean, if you've got 5 bedrooms, people are going to be driving more cars on a rental. Typically, there are going to be more cars in town.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, and the code right now wouldn't speak to anything to increase the off-street parking.
I'm sorry, just so I understand. So the current $1,000 credit, or 1,000 square foot credit, it's already exists?
Yes.
And are you recommending changes to that?
No, what I pulled that out for was because you can't get it even if you wanted to right now. Because we amended our building code, section 104, I think it's -21, that states that you have to have a habitable space height between 0 or at 8 foot to the ceiling. And so I brought that one up, not to say that we need to necessarily make a change to it, but that we need to delete that or change that building code amendment in 10421 to state that the 8 feet, I think it's right. Let me get to the picture so everyone can see it right here, so that they can actually build a space down there and take advantage of the credit. Because right now our code forces the contractors to build an 8-foot minimum habitable space height right here that's 102-51. But taking advantage of this credit, it's been in existence for quite a while. If the commissioners, if you wanted to change that, I haven't made any recommendations to change it. But the big question right now that would have a much more significant impact on floor area ratio is if we change the non-habitable basement ceiling height from 6 foot to 6'8", is that included in floor area or not? Are we going to allow them to have that space excluded still, or would it count?
Did I hear you say that's currently not included? I mean.
Currently, the
because-
6'6" is not included. They get that exclusion if they build a 6'6" basement.
So they get 1,000 feet upstairs.
If they take advantage of that exclusion, they can build 3,000 upstairs and build another 3,000 downstairs or below grade, and none of it'll count because it's 6'6". So they get all that space for free.
So in theory, could you build 2 floors below grade?
No, because your basement floor, it goes to the bottom of the first floor joist, and that first floor would be above grade because you could count it as a story. That's a story above grade. That's your first story. So those 2 spaces would have maybe the space underneath, directly the floor underneath, but if they wanted to put a second floor underneath that space would count.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, it's all just set to that relative. That's your reference point. Yes, sir.
Corey, I'm wondering if we could solve Commissioner Sharp's problem by putting the crawl space at 5'6" and making the builder either do 5'6" or 8 feet. And maybe that would solve both of those problems. And then just let them finish 5'6" the way they wanted for storage. For even, I would say let them do, I'm going down, Mayor, down to 5'6". Anyway, let them do electricity in their walls, although they won't need it, but cable, and let them insulate the walls and use that as non-habitable space. I promise you, I don't think they'd live in 5'6". I don't think they'd rent that out.
If they went to 5'6", that could be seen as a crawl space now.
Yep, non-habitable space. Yeah, or
And
whatever you
to
want.
still allow them to finish it off, to put
let them
finishing down
finish
there.
like you have in number 4. And then that would let them, because I think I heard you say that you were going to let them finish or stud out the walls and put insulation in there and put sheetrock over that right now, the exterior wall. Maybe I'm mistaken.
They don't let,
On number 4.
no sheetrock, just insulation.
We currently do not allow drywall on the walls. They can have the insulation panels or
Okay,
blankets.
on the exterior walls. Because that would force them to go to foam or something like that. Well, that'd be okay. But
I think
that
our
would solve both of our problems.
I think our constituents expect to be able to have, to be able to stand up in their storage space.
Yeah, if you can stand up, you can sleep. And I'm trying to solve that problem.
Well, I don't think that we should penalize our residents for a bad few players. And we need to worry about enforcement and not penalizing people that are doing the right thing.
Well,
What about penalizing the ones that aren't doing the right thing? We haven't said anything about that, you know.
your logic is gone. I mean, I can't follow you.
So Mayor, I'm sorry, Mayor, just time check here. I'm trying to figure out, is there something we need to decide on today that can help advance us? Because this issue to me has many different layers of problems.
Well,
And I hear,
yeah.
I hear one is Corey's got a couple of plans that are stopped at the moment. And he's going to have more coming in the pipeline. So I'm not sure how you want to go about trying to advance it for the purposes of today.
Well, just a few minutes ago, I tasked Glenn and city administration, Corey, to work together on correcting the code discrepancies. Don't you agree that's the first thing that we need to do, or what?
Well, yeah, but if you recall, Mayor, we've already introduced a ordinance that would take basements to 6'8" and would give give a credit for those spaces at 6'8". I think Corey is looking for today a nod from you as to whether he should be stamping plans at 6/6, because right now, given his professional licensure, he's not comfortable doing it without his bosses saying, go ahead while we work through this. So I think he would like some resolution to that, at least as to these two plans that are in the pipe. And then I think as far as getting the code consistent, we really need policy direction from whether you want to go all the way to the extreme, which Corey said is only allowing habitable basements, to something the other direction, which is, the 6/8 that we've introduced, or something lower as Commissioner Legree suggests at 5/6.
So if we go from 6/6 to 6/8, are we exacerbating the problem that we currently have in the long run?
You're not fixing it. I think you're not fixing it, because if people are finishing them at 6/6, they're going to finish them at 6/8.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get
but
confirmation and clarity on.
But what you fix in the short term is the limbo that he's in of, do I stamp them or not stamp them? Let me do it at 6/8, which is legal under the International Building Code. That solves the code inconsistency problem. But then if you want to have a larger discussion about what's the next piece to fix the illegal conversions, that I see that as the next step, sort of.
Well, I think we all need to say that we're okay with him stamping 6/6 right now, while we address the code changes. So yes from me.
I don't disagree. Sam?
Sam Cooper, 13 yes. Might I suggest, and I think it would be for your regular meeting, possibly a resolution that says that it's been the practice for years that, that in the term basement is used in the code, but that's been very loose, and, and the intent is to keep, continuing like we are until there's any changes or something.
That's a great idea, if you all would go along with that.
And why, City Solicitor, didn't you lead with that?
He's saying put it in the form of a resolution, so he's got that.
I heard what he said. I understand what he said. But never mind.
All right, well, if there's no objection, we'll take that lead and go with that. So we will have something in front of us to vote on. Now, there's no zoning issue with that.
No.
For this resolution. Okay.
But does that cover someone at the 1,000 square foot credit, which I guess has been done in practice, but you're also saying does not meet building code?
The 1,000 square foot credit is a completely separate issue from the 6/6 versus 6/8. The 1,000 square foot credit is for fully habitable basements that have a ceiling height of not more than 8 feet. And that portion of habitable space that would totally be counted, they now get 1,000 square foot credit for that space. So that's only for, right now, 8-foot spaces. But I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Glenn, that the ordinance the resolution that was put out, the pending ordinance, also took care of deleting section 102-51, that the habitable space was to be 8 feet, and took it back to the
Yeah, that's right.
7 feet.
We did do that. Mm-hmm.
And that's because that's a right here for recommendation number 2 was to delete City Code section 102-51 in its entirety. This would require habitable basements be built to a height of 7 feet rather than 8 feet, which is consistent with the building codes now. And that way they could use those spaces. But again, that 1,000 square feet is for habitable basements.
So I guess my question is, if someone came in with a building plan today, how you had approved them in the past, would you hold it up because it doesn't meet the International Building Code? And should we address that in this resolution? Because I think as this process moves forward with us actually making code changes, it could take many months. So if we're addressing applications that may come in the meantime, and giving him the authority to stamp it even though it doesn't meet International Building Code, should we do that all in one spot?
I think that's I think that's the direction we're going, right? I mean, as I understand it, he's looking for a blessing that he can continue the practices that have been going on for many years now. We'll put it in the form of a resolution. So whatever they were doing 6 months ago, if somebody comes in tomorrow.
Okay, we're going to make
they'll
it that
continue-
broad. We're not going to just talk about the 6-6.
Right.
Okay, then I'm fine with that.
So we can do 2018 IRC without affecting our other problem of cheating. Am I incorrect on that?
Commissioner, is that regarding the 1,000 square foot credit?
Adopting the two, I thought when we first started this discussion, you were wanting to comply with 2018 IRC.
Correct.
Can we comply with 2018 IRC and still continue our discussion of our other problem?
Regarding the
trying to figure out what to do
6'6",
first.
regarding the 6'6" basement,
to
no,
6'8", yeah.
no. That's why I'm looking for a resolution or something
Okay.
from the commissioners here that would
All
allow
right.
me to
I was
continue.
trying to get part of it out of the way. Okay.
All right. So depending on our workload at the regular meeting, we might be able to take up and continue with the enforcement situation, how to resolve that. But otherwise, that would likely be on the April workshop meeting to continue.
I think, Mayor, I think it would be very helpful if we had some statistics on how many violations you guys have found, what the penalties have been, how those violations were found. Was it you guys looking at websites? Was it a complaint? I think having some details would be helpful as we talk about how to enforce these illegal conversions moving forward. I think it would be helpful in that discussion.
That would be fine.
But what does that look like? So you say you shouldn't have done this, and it's already been done, it's already finished out.
I
So they
think
get a-
they say you have to remove it.
Well, this is one of the subjects that's going to require a good bit more research on and also thought into, because it's not as simple as a code enforcement issue. Chapter 126 goes into civil offenses, and that deals with penalties, whether they accrue, by how much do they accrue per day, what's the base of the fine. And that would require more code section to be written for the specific issue, as well as if we would force them to, if we would, symbolically speaking, go in with sledgehammers and rip out their walls. Or do we fine them, and if we do, what number is that? Does it compound, or do they go to the alderman? We don't have any of that in our code currently, so if we were to bring the enforcement issue up, we would have to come forth with some kind of recommendations, or we would need to be looking into those areas of enforcement and penalties of what exactly those would look like. Because right now, it's hard to get statistics for you because we don't have a path to take right now if we even do find a space. If we find one and we can get in there, we can make them take out the bed. That's it. We don't have any fines to go off of because there's no civil offense written about it. And then what was brought up about the rental license, they get a rental license, but then they do this afterwards. We're not looking into that unless we can find something. But even if we were to find something, we go there, we could, at the very most right now, maybe make them take out a bed that we could see as them being used as a bedroom. Other than that, there's very little recourse we have.
I'd like to delve into that.
Revoking someone's rental license is pretty significant.
That could be a solution.
Well, what I'd like to do is when we bring this back up again, Glenn, I'd like you to give a legal perspective on what can we do if we find somebody has illegally done these conversions. Also, I think we need to have a legal view of the inspection process. I mentioned earlier, and different people have mentioned a possibility of inspections, and I know that can be problematic too from a legal point of view. So let's not delve into that now so that we can close this meeting up in the next 10 or so minutes. Is there any further comment? No, thank you for participating. Thank you, Brian. Keep an eye on and keep us posted if you would. With that, we'll go to the next. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you, Mayor and
job.
Commissioners.
Thank you. Next item of new business is discuss scope of parking and traffic study to be conducted summer of 2023. Mr. Christian?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. This was the document provided by the Streets and Transportation Committee. Let's see here.
Evan, can you cancel that and
Bring it up.
Stan, can I get back online? Do you want me to put it on?
Yes, please. We could. This would just give us a background and the recommendations from the Streets and Transportation Committee for the parking and traffic study recommendations going forward. For the discussion on this, there are some clear recommendations. I think that was page, was it 100? Yep, there it is.
Yeah, right there, right?
So for the recommendations provided by the Streets and Transportation Committee, I know there was some discussion by the commissioners in the past that wanted to bring this one forward as we go forward for the in the next fiscal year 2024 budget to make sure we have this parking study completed. Some of the things that we were looking to add to that Streets and Transportation, the parking recommendations, obviously there's been lots of discussion. Is there any discussion with the commissioners for additions on this one?
Well, to save time today, I would suggest that if any of the commissioners have any recommendations on how to improve or clarify, be more precise in the traffic and parking study, this is forward of the city manager. And because this is just from the Street and Transportation Committee only. So want us to look through it and comment. We can even comment on it. Want to do a study that's realistic, that's useful, right? We don't want it to immediately go to the shelf. So,
And there were many discussions on this one, Mayor and Commissioners, that the city staff has taken notes on throughout just in the short time I've been here that will be added to this particular one.
I think the real question is, how does this compare to what the proposal that the Rossi Group has already made, and what's covered in that or not? And that may be more relevant in the budget discussion for what's included or not.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. So I think what we had done some months ago was when the Streets and Transportation Committee originally put together their document, which identified what they'd like to see in a parking and traffic study. We did provide that to Rossi Group. You'll recall Rossi Group actually did a parking inventory for us this current fiscal year, so they have some data. We're also working with JMT on our ADA transition plan, so we have two groups that have collected a lot of really good data for us. We had originally provided the Streets and Transportation Committee recommendations to them. They had sent us back an example of a similar study that they had done in Newcastle. So I think we're just looking for general consensus from the commissioners that everything contained within this document is what you'd like to see. We'll then provide that again back to Rossi Group to see if all of these things are certainly feasible, whether they have some comments on things that they might think should be omitted or approaches to certain items within these recommendations. But once we have consensus from you all, we will go back to them and solicit their feedback and input on what they think is realistic for that study.
any comments? Ready? Very good. Thank you, Evan. Any comments? No. With that, we'll go to one last bit of business here. Discuss, it's item F, new business, discuss amending Chapter 270 zoning, specifically sections 270-4 and 270-46.1 to repeal certain provisions of Chapter 270 establishing administrative lot mergers and separations. This is what I alluded to earlier, and we're going to let Glenn give a summary of the intent of this and where we might be failing in it, and if there's a reason to repeal it.
Thanks, Mayor. So this relates to another code item that had really good intentions, but probably has not panned out the way that we had hoped. Under 270-46.1, the code allows a person who has lots in common ownership, which are adjacent lots, allows that person to treat those two adjacent lots as one large lot for purposes of zoning without going to the Planning Commission and having to extinguish that adjoining property line. So we've instituted this, I mean, this has been a long time practice. We tried to put some code around it quite a few years ago to help ensure that the city's records were kept up to date with these sort of administrative mergers of lots or separations of lots. That part has not worked the way we intended it to, I don't think, and it's created probably a larger problem in that Sussex County's records will show that, for example, the example I just gave, where two adjoining lots are merged, typically that owner will create a survey, take it to Sussex County, and show Sussex County that they've got now one building permit for a home across those two lots, and the county would then record it as an actual extinguishment of that adjoining property line. So now we have instances where the city's records are inconsistent with the county's records. So we've talked through, the mayor and I at least have talked through options for this, and it seems that we get a handful of these a year. We talked about it one time how many we actually get. It's probably at the high end, maybe 5 or 6 a year. On the low end, maybe 4 a year. Yeah. So what we think is probably the right thing to do to make sure the records are kept consistent is, rather than have administrative mergers and separations of these sorts of lots, these applications should go to the Planning Commission like all other applications, and the lot line would actually be extinguished or created, since the Planning Commission is the body that has the authority to do that. So that's kind of the setup of this. I think it was a well-intentioned ordinance that just has not turned out the way that we had hoped, and now it seems that the only option that I can come up with that works, and I've talked with people at Sussex County about how we could keep this in place and maintain our records and their records in a way that would be consistent, and I just don't think that there's a real option there. So this is just letting you know it's out there, and we'd like to come to you with an ordinance to send all of these applications to the Planning Commission.
I'd like to notify Mike Bryan, Chair of the Planning Commission, that this is coming up for consideration, and if there's no objection, I'd like to invest Glenn's time in drafting an ordinance to repeal it, as noted. Any comments?
Fully supportive. Isn't that the way we used to do it?
Mm-hmm. I know, Sam, you're one of the authors. I think I pushed you into it back in the
I think so. Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. I guess, Glenn, when you're merging lots, you're saying you got to go to the Planning Commission? So
Yes.
what's going to keep there's instances all over the city where somebody takes a survey to the county and shows the outlines of their total property, and they record it and they put it on the tax maps as one parcel. How are you going to stop that?
Well, that's slowed down a little
You're
bit.
in court over one now.
The county's doing a better job, though, of looking for our stamp, looking for the city's stamp on it. The issue we're having is that even with these, we would do an administrative merger or separation. The city would still approve the plan for zoning purposes, but the county doesn't look at the stamp that says for zoning purposes. If they see a plan that has the city's stamp on it, they're going to record it as a fully merged parcel. So I don't think that the county is in the practice anymore of recording a plan like that without the city's stamp on it.
No, they handle deeds, not necessarily plots. I mean, if I go in there with a deed for because I know, I got, and for instance, where I own 2 lots by the city and 1 by the county, and they happen to be deeded, you know, there happen to be 4 25-foot lots. The city considers them as 2 50-foot lots. The county bills it as one parcel.
Right.
And we've done nothing other than record a deed that says, you know, lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, block 38.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. The administrative practices of the county have created a problem for the city as well, because they basically automatically merge them if they're for a lot of efficiency reasons. They only want to send one tax bill, but you know, I don't know how the records will ever be perfect. I mean, a lot of jurisdictions have just thrown up their hands and said, we follow Sussex County's land records because they are the official keeper of land records. But in Rehoboth Beach, we have not gone that direction. We've
So going forward, whose records are they going to use, yours or theirs? My instance, for instance.
We're hoping to use this. I mean, the city is still the notion is that the city's records are what we go by in the city, but I could see us being challenged on that.
Because I think it's going to be, I hate to take up your time, but it's going to be interesting going forward with this assessment going on by Sussex County, because that parcel, mine, it happens to be 100 by 100, it's vacant. You know, I'm going to go argue with them when they come out with assessment. If they assess it as 2 building, the value of 2 building lots, right, I'm going to go in and argue, no, it's 1 building lot, because the city code says I can only, under your rules, you got to mean as 1 parcel, I can only build 1 house on it. Therefore, it's right, depreciated from what 2 lots are. So, you know, it makes a difference.
It does.
Thank you. If there's no further notes here, we'll go to commissioner announcements. Does there anybody have anything?
Don't encourage me.
Review future meeting dates, Friday, March 17th, 9 a.m. would be the budget if needed. We'll determine that later today. 2 p.m. on March 17th is regular meeting. April 11th is 9 a.m. workshop. And we're working on scheduling the special meeting for the stormwater utility task force. That's still being considered. With that, is there no further comments, citizen comments? If not, thank you for being here, and we'll call this meeting adjourned at exactly 1:30 p.m. We'll see you at 2 o'clock for the budget meeting.